Welcome, everybody, to our workshop on organizational study. I don't know why that was hard to say. We'll call the meeting to order. And we're here really to look at our organizational structure as well as review our comp and class salary study. This has been going on for a while, as everybody in the audience knows. But we've known, even prior to COVID, that we had an issue. And we've known for a long time that we've had an issue because during the recession of 08 and 09, we did reorganization to reduce a significant amount of employees. And as people then retired, we didn't fill those gaps. So we didn't do like a mass firing, I don't want to say that, but, as people retired, we didn't rehire them. And we didn't, during those lean years, give the pay or the ranges any consideration, any large consideration. We didn't do huge merits. And so we've known this has been building for a while. So we're not just haphazardly doing this. What we are fortunate enough to be able to do is have ARPA funding to try to help us get back in line with our employees now and with our organizational structure, because we know we've got some gaps. So I think the first thing our commission would like to do, because I know all of our employees are watching, I think most of us watch the town hall, is just say that we really do care. We're trying to do the right thing by the organization. We have support from the federal government to do this. Everybody probably won't get everything that they feel like they want or deserve or need, but we're committed. We're very committed, and I think that's the important thing. And I want to just start off before we even get into it by thanking everybody on our team that has been a part of the process. A lot of people put a lot of work just to get here. And I think by all the documents that we've reviewed, we figured out real quick that this is a lot more complicated than one would think. So I am more understanding of the time that it's taking. So, Jennifer, I'm sure you've got some opening remarks. I'll turn it over to you.
I do. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. This is a special meeting of the City Commission. It is a City Commission workshop. During the course of the workshop, there may be consensus direction, but there are no votes to be taken. Just I want to kind of give an overview, if I may, and then we have our subject matter experts here to talk about the particulars of both of these studies. And I am on the cusp of losing my voice, so I think that all of you are probably jumping for joy at this point. I know that the directors most certainly are. Purpose of the special meeting is to review the salary study and the organizational study as well, two components, part 1 and part 2. And then part 3 is to consider staff's recommendations. We have discussed the salary study individually with all of you. You met with Teresa and Terry. I was able to sit in on some of those meetings, not all of them. But this is the first time that the 5 of you have been able to review the information, hear directly from your consultants in a public forum, and discuss it together on the dais in a public forum. I know that all of you have many questions. I have spoken to you individually, as I said, both before those meetings and after as well. And, the same way that the employees did during the course of the town hall meeting, which was last Monday, and many of you did attend. That recording, by the way, is available at this point to all employees. For those of you who weren't able to attend, if you haven't seen it, I would definitely recommend that you avail yourself of it. And also the Board of Finance, which met yesterday, late afternoon, in regards to the salary study. We're hoping we can answer all of your questions. I don't think we'll be able to. And if we can't, then we will certainly return to all of you, either in whatever format, whether it's via email or on the dais again during another meeting or another special meeting, whatever form that takes. Of course, staff is willing to do that. Before I hand this over to Teresa, though, I just want to reiterate something that the mayor had said, and that is that we have the best workforce, I believe, anywhere. Our employees are dedicated, they're hardworking, they're committed. All of you have said so. I have said so to all of them. And this is difficult because it is very complicated. It impacts them directly. Regardless, the City Commission is responsible for following your true north, which is what is in the best interest of the general public. And an engaged workforce, I would say, is a very large part of that mission. And so, as I said, this is the first time all of us together are reviewing all of this information, and we have set aside a whole morning to do so. And I look forward to some progress this morning. And so thank you very much. And with that, I'll hand it over to Teresa. Teresa.
Thank you, Jennifer. Good morning, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Teresa Smalling, Director of HR and Risk Management for the city. This process journey that we're about to take has kind of started with a request for a proposal process in last April. And now we selected consultants, and we've gone through the hard work of giving the information for the study, as well as an organizational review of our operational departments. And so Dan Ripberger and Jennifer Durham from Bolton are compensation consultants, and they're here to the first part of our journey of walking through the salary study. And then after that, Alan Pennington from Matrix will be here to go over the findings from the organizational review. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Dan and Jennifer.
Thank you very much, Teresa. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to talk a little bit about our work and what we've done. Part of the project, as we were engaged, we regularly partner with Matrix on, they do the organizational assessment side of our work, and then we do sort of the implementation and compensation side. And we've worked together on this through the study. What we have to present to you today is a summary of how we did the work, what we did, some of the assumptions that we made, our review of the system that's in place currently, and then we've laid out fairly detailed recommendations in terms of how we think the longer-term compensation and classification system could work. So whenever an entity invests in our services, there's always that pure, look at now. What is wrong now? Are there changes that need to be made now? But as the problems that occur with any pay system occur over time, the real solution to have something effective is to get a system in place so that it can be fixed over time as well. There's just no way to fix some of the challenges immediately with that. So,
If I can just interject,
please.
just for my commission's benefit, the PowerPoint is laid out by sections, so we'll do questions at the end of each section, so it's really focused and we don't have to wait all the way to the end. If that's okay with you guys? Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you. So the major sections, we'll talk a little bit about the methodology from an introductory, a broader approach perspective, then more specifically to the steps we took, the methodology, the findings, and then specific recommendations from there. So this is a framework that we use in just about every broad-based compensation study. This is sort of professional practice 101, to be honest, and certainly was a big piece of the RFP itself. So looking at job analysis and the various approaches to understand what the roles are, what the jobs are, how they work together, duties and requirements. Then looking at how much comparable jobs pay in the market, combined with some metric or some measure that's able to look at your jobs compared to one another to help determine some sort of internal value. So that's the job evaluation piece. But those two are brought together. It's a term that we use. It's called pay opportunity. It's what is the city willing to pay for a specific job, and that is part of a pay range. So when you see there's a job where it's from minimum to maximum that you're willing to pay, that's that pay opportunity piece. And this is where we get into pay structures, how jobs get into grades and those sorts of things. The pay delivery and administration is really where the rubber meets the road. It's how do you change pay from time to time What is it based on? Look at do you look at promotions? How do people grow over time, in the city? It's really where you're telling folks what you value from a performance and a culture perspective. So, and that is the sum total of the introduction. So I don't know if there are
Any
any
questions on
questions.
anything in the introduction? I'm guessing not.
No.
Okay.
But I said I'd do it this way, so that's why I'm going to do it.
We took a stop. And so then from a methodology perspective, we took a lot of time at the beginning, certainly speaking with administration. And you can see the really being able to spend some time with each department head, making sure we understood philosophically where they thought the city should be, comparables, those sorts of things, understanding the jobs, how they work together, specific issues they may be having with the pay system. Are they having specific challenges hiring a certain type of job, or their retention issues in certain other areas? So we really had the opportunity, both us and Matrix, to meet with every department, to really spend some time and to understand. We combined that with a couple of additional pieces of information in terms of looking at organizational charts. Certainly the city was very good about providing all of the background information that we could want, plus some additional, reviewing policy manuals, the existing job descriptions. Employees were requested to complete what we call position information forms, but it's essentially a job questionnaire that employees complete that tell us sort of the tasks, duties, and what their thoughts are on that. We held a couple different webinars to kind of explain the PIFs themselves and how to complete those, to really just to try and make sure we were getting as accurate a picture of the jobs and the work that was done as possible. We looked at pay increase policies and how those fit or didn't fit with the current structure and design. And then we did, again, the study didn't cover employee benefits, but certainly we reviewed a lot of those pieces as well, because whenever we're talking about philosophy or talking to employees or managers, a discussion of employees, it always touches on that. So we certainly like to have some working knowledge of that piece of the analysis. From a market approach, we conducted a custom survey, but we also used a number of published data sources that we feel are comparable and fit. For the government sector specifically, we use data from American Water Works Association, the Club Managers Association, and then there are some roles that we find the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics through their wage survey actually has fairly good data on. It's not one that we can use kind of across, but it does help support some of the other areas. We did do some comparisons to the general industry as well, as you'll see in the analysis, and really 4 main sources that we use. 3 are more broader national surveys, Comp Data, Mercer, and Willis Towers Watson. And then we did actually also use data from the Florida Employers Association as part of our gathering and market pricing. For our survey, these are the cities that we included as invitees from a data perspective. And I'm sensitive to the fact that we extended the timeline a little bit for the project, and I know that's always a difficult challenge. One of the things that's just occurring today in the work that we do, there has been such a desire to make sure that employees are competitively paid. It's just been such a universally difficult market that there are a lot of surveys going on at any one time. So it really slows down the participants' willingness to supply data. So it just takes us a lot longer and a lot more touches to try and be able to gather that from cities. So we were able to collect data from the peers on over 5,300 employees in 300 different jobs. And based on that incumbent by incumbent data we gathered, we calculated 25th, 50th, and 75th percentiles for each job. And we're able to calculate the 60th, 65th, as you'll see in some of our recommendations from that data directly. One of the pieces of note for us, since we collect data on a person-by-person basis and it's actual data, we actually adhere to antitrust guidelines issued by the Federal Trade Commission and the Department of Labor in terms of confidentiality. So we don't supply any data back unless it meets a summarized standard, kind of a safe harbor provision of at least, I think we list here, of at least 5 incumbents in a particular job. So if we have that figure, we'll actually show the 25th, 50th, and 75th, but we never identify which person is in that data or which specific organization supplied that rate. So that would be the end of the methodology. If there are any questions.
Okay, let's start with that. Vice Mayor, any questions on methodology?
I have nothing at this point, thank you.
Commissioner Gao?
Yeah, the only question that I really have, and I know that Teresa and the city manager touched on it in their town hall to the employees, but Tampa isn't on the list, and I understand why. But also, isn't it important to just know that information? Because you know the employees are looking at Tampa. And even though we can't compete, and there are very valid reasons why we can't, is it worth having that information?
Some of that is philosophic, to the city. My suggestion would be is if it's not something that you can use because it doesn't, that the size scope is just that significantly different, I'm not sure why you would want to incorporate it into that tool that's going to build the pay structure. I understand that intellectual curiosity, but in terms of designing the structure, I don't know that it has a good place. That answers it.
Yeah, it does, and it may be philosophical, and I don't know that we do have employees leaving for Tampa, but if we do, the assumption is going to be, well, because it's bigger and it's Tampa, that's why they're leaving, when we really don't know why they're leaving. And so if we had that data, even if it's on the side, we'd have a better educated guess and assumptions to be made instead of just assuming because they're bigger, that's why they left. And that would be my only point. So it's not a matter of it being part of this, but information to have on the side in a summarized form. So that was it. But thank you very much.
Oh, absolutely.
Can I just add something to that? I think it's good to see, but here's the difference too. I mean, this is, again, it's philosophical, but we have 24 cities in Pinellas County, and they're all smaller than Tampa. So yeah, they're gonna pay less, except our cost of living in Pinellas County is more than Tampa. So it's challenging. So yeah, I think people will drive to Tampa for that very reason, because the cost of living here, and you've got so many cities and governments spread out, you're not going to get even if you're working in St. Pete. I mean, so.
Mayor, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
One consideration as well is that the city of Tampa millage rate is 6.3 mils.
Yeah.
We're at 4.1345, and so I didn't mention that during the town hall meeting. During the town hall meeting, we mentioned that it's the commercial tax base and even the residential tax base, which adds.
And they're
whole
a
lot more.
larger, they
Right.
have a larger physical presence.
Right, and a higher millage rate. I mean, we
Right,
can
which is
certainly look at
why-
those and let you know.
Which is why Pinellas County, most of the millage rates are lower, because
Right.
there's, because we have 24 cities.
Well, what I'm hearing Dan say is that it shouldn't be incorporated into the structure of the study that we're doing, but you're requesting information, and so we can provide you with information.
I think it would be important for at least HR to know that information.
Yeah, I don't know how
I don't
we,
know that we
I
need to-
don't even
What
know how
information
we would look at
specifically,
it.
though?
I don't know how we would look at it.
Yeah, and I don't either, but it just seems to me that's the 800-pound gorilla in the room, is the big city that is basically next door. But we are
Just across the
obviously
bridge.
excluding it because it's an 800-pound gorilla. And I don't know, maybe it is just philosophical, maybe it is just curiosity. But
Well, we can satisfy that curiosity, but we are losing employees to the city of Tampa.
Yeah.
That's the reality.
Well, but then I think that supports what you're saying. Because again, the cost of living here in Pinellas County is so much higher. It is. Now, you didn't say it, but I know you're going to come back and say it because you've done this 100 times when we've talked about this kind of thing. We can't be all to everyone. We can only do what we can afford to do unless we want to add 2 mills to our millage rate.
Well-
So,
Yeah, just to follow up, I mean, I will always tell you, one employer doesn't constitute a labor market.
Exactly.
So anecdotally, I'm sure, Teresa and her team and Jennifer, they'll hear of someone going to Tampa Water or something like that. And it's hard, certainly I'm sure it's out there, but you have no idea what policy or how Tampa's doing that. It's still a
Right.
person-by-person anecdotal basis. So that's why for us, we really try and focus on actual pay data and not ranges. Because, as you look at your ranges, they say something, but they don't say what's accurate out there in terms of what people are actually making for specific jobs.
well, and maybe I'm sure you have some information that would describe, we know the areas, the departments or the job areas that we have a struggle filling, which might be partly because of pay. We know that, right? We also know, I think we know, most people who have left to go to a much larger city, or even the county for that matter, to get higher pay. We know those job ranges. So even if it's a very targeted look, not comparing everything to Tampa, but a very targeted look.
And just to add a quick comment, and definitely not to minimize the impact of pay, but people do leave for different reasons.
Yeah, no.
They leave for promotional reasons.
Sure.
We're a small organization, sometimes there's not a lot of place to go up, or the people up above you are
they're not
going to be
coming.
there for a while. So, there's many different reasons, and we try to find that out during our exit interview process. And we know it's not always pay. So, knowing that we can't always meet the salary, the same salary, because we don't talk about it, but St. Pete is also an 800-pound gorilla.
Right, it is.
But what we're also trying to do is, talk about alternate things that we can do, whether it's scheduling, work-life balance, all that stuff. And I don't want to get off topic right now, but we do get the big picture from our sister HR groups, if you will. And so we do have an idea of who's paying what, but we can definitely get any information that you need.
And in support of the methodology, if I may, I agree with the cities that are listed here. It's always nice to know those others, but we're most likely not going to use that in the methodology because we're trying to attempt to discover what it is that we're willing to pay for a specific job. And then some of the anecdotal information, I'd have to say, well, tell me more then. Give me more information. And of course, even on exit interviews, you're not always told what the real facts are. So I think we really need to look at the sandbox that we're playing in and come up with some solutions for that, because we could introduce all kinds of things here, or all kinds, we could say, well, fine, somebody can go somewhere else at a significantly different location. And as you had said, sometimes it's not just the money, or they'll say it's the money, but it was something else as well. So I would prefer to use methodology within an industry or location that you can justify and utilize. I certainly don't want to advertise someplace else for somebody to go to, most certainly. So I think that I agree with the methodology so far with regards to the cities and the scope and then the application.
If I can clarify, I wasn't asking for Tampa to be part of the methodology, and I didn't disagree with the methodology. As a matter of fact, I made the statement that it might be information that HR could use, not necessarily the commission.
Well, and I would say same for St. Pete. St. Pete's not included in the bunch, but Lakeland is, and Lakeland's a pretty happening place.
In speaking of that, I think Ocala is there as well. And so I do have a follow-up question, I guess, and that it's all based on generations, and I don't know whether that's part of this methodology or not. But I know at least for this generation, you you lived where you lived, but wherever you got your job is where you lived. You got as close as you could. You were willing to commute. You were willing to travel. So Ocala might not be out of range. Lakeland may not be out of range. But with the younger generation, right, all the studies are showing that they're more focused on they want to live where they want to live, and they'll find a job once they get there. Does this study take into consideration the changes in the methodology of younger generations as opposed to the methodology of cities?
It does. It does. And I will say there's not a lot that any methodology can do to capture some of that. But, you know, one of the dynamics that's happening now that we expect to see longer term, where particularly if an organization has employees in multiple locations versus saying we're going to pay at the main office level, whatever that would be, we're going to start to pay people where they work rather than where their office is. So, you know, if someone's office is in downtown Tampa, but they're able to work much more remotely in a smaller area, I think what we're going to see is they're going to start to be paid like the smaller area, where now they're paid like Tampa. So we'll have to see. You know, this is part of that new workforce and how organizations are going to respond employment-wise, for sure.
And just going back to the custom survey, so Bolton did get our input, HR's input on the some of the cities and the counties that way they sent the surveys to. So we did a mix of some of the you know, like the county, we're competing with the county,
Right.
as well as other cities that have similar infrastructure, similar population size and/or employee base as ours. So that's how we came up with that mix of cities and counties.
I'm done. Thank you.
John, I wish we were playing in a sandbox right now. That would be so much more fun, right?
Yeah.
So a couple things. The counties and municipalities identified jointly by Bolton and the city to compare to. So that says who we identified to compare to. Who do we actually, did we get responses from all these people?
Not all of them. We got
Are there any significant ones we did not get input from?
none
Like
that
Pinellas
we-
County, we got stuff from.
We got Pinellas, yeah. I mean, and sometimes it's hard to get those larger ones because you
Right,
have to make
I
sure the
know,
data fits in that. But yeah, no, we were very happy with the supply. That's why the 5,300 observations is very strong in our opinion.
And we chose not to go with St. Pete.
Yeah, no, and I get that. I mean, unfortunately, you can't compete with anybody, but I recognize what you said with some of the changing market and hybrid issues in the workplace. There's a lot of competitive things to think about as we move forward. Teresa, is probably more for you, and it may be something you can answer off the top of your head. It may be something you need to provide us. But like when we looked at the fire department, I mean, we really knew like who left, you know, what was our critical hotspot, which in that area, you know, is just fire in general. We actually have, I think, critical hotspots here. Looks to be solid waste, public services, stormwater, you know, those are, God won't get it conclusive, but a couple areas that are really our places where we're, I guess the question is to get a clear picture of where we're continuing to have vacancies. Like I just heard that Bill's driving a truck, a sanitation truck most of the time. Like, where are we having our continual vacancies where we can't get filled? I mean, we had a really clear picture of what our situation was for fire. In our critical areas where we're bleeding, so to speak, you know, if we are, which I think in some areas we are, what are they? And where are those people going? Because again, we had a clear picture when we looked at some of the fire stuff, like where they were going. And so it was really easy to kind of at least make sure we were covering the critical issues to make sure we were, you know, following the market, so to speak, and not, you know, wasting Bill's time. And quite frankly, you're probably tired of doing that. I mean, that has to be hard as a manager. I mean, one of the comments I heard yesterday on, because I watched last night, I watched the employee, the employee town hall, and I mean, the employees were kind of like, okay, if we wait till October to fix the market issues, how are supervisors going to run their team when people keep leaving? I thought that was actually a really great question from an employee, very sensitive to how important it is to fix our market issues. Long-term pay plan, for sure, but immediate market issues as well. So I guess, is that information, I don't know if you want to try to talk a little bit about that now, but certainly information you can provide us.
Well, I think just
Right.
to interject, I think the question is, it's kind of like what I was trying to say. Where are our problem areas? And where are the locations they're going if?
Right.
And are they in the mix? I think for this section, that's the question, because I definitely have a lot to talk about with that. too.
And it doesn't always mean that they get added in as a survey group, because maybe
Right.
we lose one person to Tampa. That doesn't mean we should include Tampa, because we have to decide philosophically. But I think, again, that information is really important to us to understand, like, where are the areas where we're staying, I'm looking at this sheet that we got on turnover, and there's a lot of people even under 1 year. So they're coming and they're leaving. And that tells me we are not getting people into the range fast enough. First of all, we're probably not high enough at the minimum, and then we're not getting them in. So, and that's exactly what was happening at fire. And then they could get trained and they could go somewhere else. So again, I think we need to see that picture of, what are those critical areas? Who's leaving? Where are they going? And of course, that'll, underlie that we know there's some people that leave for reasons that we can't control, but it would show that. So I think that would be helpful. Do you want to say anything or just?
There, some jump out, as like public services.
Yeah.
Public services has like 7 vacancies, and that's where a lot of people, they took the job, stayed for a little while, left, mostly younger people. I think there's a combination of things, the main one being the starting salary. Also, the hours, 6:30 a.m., 4 days a week for some people is a challenge. But, I think salary in that area, salary does have a lot to do with it. We're starting to see with water, because of the, what's happening in other areas that are willing to pay more money.
Is that operators versus distribution?
It's
that the
it's a
more-
combination. It's been mostly on the operator side, but with the operators, it's a combination of retirement and moving out of the area for other opportunities. So
I want to interject because I know we're just talking about methodology, because I have a lot to talk about this, and I don't want to take off task
yeah,
in our methodology thing, but I do think when you talk to us about the organizational study, which would, to me, include this, I
Yes,
think
that-
at that point, we'll make that ask. I totally agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, I think this
I
is
just-
specific to who we're.
I just think a
comparing
lot
to,
of
so-
people are going to want to talk about this, and I don't want to get us off the methodology piece.
I agree with you, Mayor. We're
diverging.
We're trying to get into their findings, and so.
Right, so,
Okay, so I have
Quite
another
different
question
case.
then, specific to that. And again, we were comparing to cities, where are they going? That, to me, that's pertinent right here, but I'm good. The PIFs. So I guess,
the what?
the PIFs,
Oh, the forms.
the
that they
position
filled out.
information forms. So, bad data in, bad data out, right? So, so for me, the core of this study begins and ends with the PIFs. So what safeguards were taken to make sure the PIFs were accurate and good and reflective of what people did?
I appreciate that the PIFs can serve that sort of binary role, they're either good or bad. But we have a tremendous amount of supporting data. That first chart, when we talk about job analysis, we had the opportunity to do quite an extensive analysis with Matrix's group for each department, meeting with department heads and roles. We had very well-written, for the most part, job descriptions describing those roles. And personally, I've been doing this for 30 years, so there's very few jobs that I haven't seen at all. So when we're reviewing PIFs, we really know what to see. So there are certain things that pop out to us where someone says they're supervising someone, but they're really not. And then we're looking for, well, does the person that's being supervised support that they're being supervised? So we're able to get into that level of detail for sure. I always caution, at a certain level, if you're talking about folks who are taking care of parks, for example. If you're working in one area and you sort of identify that as your job, just because you're asked to do another area, that doesn't necessarily change the job. It might change some specific tasks or some other piece. So we're not as detailed at that level. It's really looking at the jobs themselves and getting that guidance. I'm very comfortable with the thoroughness of the PIFs that we did receive, the quality of the job descriptions combined with all of the other data. I think we have been able to fairly accurately match those to market and kind of work with some of the implementation issues.
So you don't really feel like there was, somebody writes really well and somebody doesn't write well at all, that there's that kind of bias in it. You
Oh, I
felt you
think
could.
absolutely, you can see the difference,
Right.
but we also know what to expect to some degree. It's not that we're preempting the response, but, if one of the managers gives us a one-line piece, we know that's just not quite it. There's a lot more to that role, and we're able to look at other sources to expand it, for sure.
Okay. And I only ask that because now I know with where people are placed, there's some internal equities we're concerned about. And Teresa, my understanding is we're a little concerned that some things were missed in that whole analysis between the PIFs and the study.
Yes, and that's kind of, I guess, speaking to part two of the presentation, in understanding, helping our directors to understand exactly what this new pay plan looks like, and understand how they were initially slotted in, and then getting that buy-in to say, okay, this is where they're supposed to be, or since April, when we started, they've changed their duties now, so we need to include those duties in that were not, originally on the PIFs.
Okay, so not something massive, just some.
Yes, some
Massaging.
tweaks. Yes, we're not, it's not a whole, we're not taking everything that Bolton has done and throwing it out the window.
Right, because obviously you compare against jobs based on that, and so.
Correct.
You'd have to redo everything if you didn't believe in.
Right.
That
So,
was my
yeah, it's
question.
tweaking more than rewriting.
One last question. I noticed you do interview at the top level, but you don't do any interviews in terms of employees or employee groups to just validate stuff, or do you?
We do not usually.
And you don't feel that that's important, or?
I don't feel it's necessary to accomplish the function of that management function of compensation. I think we have very good data. And I think where there are some of the disconnects, some of it is a systemic difference, how jobs are evaluated. And I think some of it is education for department heads as well, in terms of how they've thought about jobs longer term and kind of the relative value back and forth. And that's one of the recommendations, is actually putting in a classification system that actually has some objective basis to help make those determinations. So there could be things that the city wants to treat in a very specific way, which means they'll be treated that way. It could be this is a different progression and really the way it should be. You're just maybe off a little bit.
So you feel pretty good about where you put them?
We wouldn't have published. Yeah, we would not have sent
I
it
just
over,
had to
for
ask.
sure. Yeah,
Thank
right. Because we have to sit here and anyone can watch the presentation.
Yeah, so just having done several of these over the course of my career, I know that this is a very complicated process and it's not easy. Just one question for this particular section. You mentioned that you had extended the period by which you had conducted this study. Are you able to kind of define just what the start and kind of the stop time periods or dates were, just only to draw a little bit of a comparison with what's going on economically and those sorts of things?
Goodness, I'm trying to remember when we started. The survey data that we collected, we asked each organization, each city, I think it was July 1st, to have their data effective. We received information that several of the organizations who participated prior to us being able to publish actually went through fairly large adjustments. So what we typically do, and this is true with any of the surveys we use since they're all conducted at different points in time, so that we can use them as of a specific date. We'll adjust them based on market movement. So what we did is took that information that we could validate from each one of the participants, and if we could validate that they increased all their rates by 5%, we adjusted the data they gave us by that on an annualized basis. So it's actually a good question, because this is one of the challenges where, because we have to allow for more time for people to submit, meaning gives us more time to call them back and bug them a little bit more, we do have that kind of break in the timeliness, so.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly where I was going with that question, is because, you know, the economy is a fluctuating, dynamic event, and, you know, the course is that will influence the data that you get as a result of the study. And anyway, no, that's good. So you did make some adjustments based on economic factors that.
We did. We actually, and this is one of those, it's a difficult time market-wise, and as you're expecting with openings, and there's all sorts of reasons, and so there's always the marginal success that I know Teresa's team's working for. But we're an assignment now where two counties in this, two counties in this sample increased their sheriff pay by 16%. So we were just about ready. So we had to go back and recalibrate some of that only affected one of the groups that we were studying. So the way the market is, we have to be very sensitive to those sorts of last-minute changes.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you just reiterate the whole market analysis? Because that's something that we talk about a lot, where we compare, you know, to other governments, which you should, and it was really important to all of us when we took this on, that we were looking at the market where we may not be competitive in pay, we might become more competitive with benefits, but we have to look at all of that because we lose people to the market, to the private sector. So can you just reiterate, you mentioned it earlier, but you kind of glossed over it. Can you just kind of, what did you, I saw the organizations that you looked at, what did you look at within the market? Like what numbers were you looking at? Like the standard pay for various job classes? Like,
yeah, so basically we matched your jobs to those in the markets we had mentioned to those specific surveys. And basically based on the job content that we've been gathered through that part of the process. And just methodologically, you know, each survey has its own approach in terms of how it treats jobs and levels and descriptions. So based on that process, we actually, you know, gathered market data. It depends on the survey. You know, for ours, since we tabulated the survey on our own, we could calculate whichever percentiles were of interest, you know, that really made sense. The other surveys, they're generally going to give you the 25th, 50th, and 75th. I won't bore folks with the definitions of those, but it gives you a good picture of what an actual rate is in a labor market for a specific job in that process. And I think market is a very important component, and we use it in so many of our studies. But I will admit, I do think both employees, managers, and others ascribe it a certain level of precision that it just does not exist. There are all sorts of reasons why people make what they do, you know, in the margins. Some are explainable, some are not. So when we're looking at market, we're still looking at minor ranges of so we would say if you're paid within plus or minus 10% of the 50th percentile, you would be competitively paid relative to the 50th percentile. So it's that little bit of a broad range. When we look at pay ranges, it's really targeting those overall to make sure that the grades represent the 60th percentile or whatever that desired market target is.
okay,
Does
thank
that
you.
help answer?
It does.
Okay.
I just wanted to know what kinds of things you looked at so that I could feel confident about it.
Yeah.
Because it was a real piece of this study that was important to us.
Oh, no, absolutely, absolutely.
Because that's what's dictating a lot of this. Okay, So we'll move on to findings.
Well, good. So the first part of the findings is really going through the current program that exists. And I'm happy to, answer some questions, but some of those, the answers to these will be, I think, addressed when we talk about what some of our recommendations are. At a higher level, some of the areas for improvement, and this is always the case with job descriptions, they tend to be a little bit too task-based. So oftentimes, if you have something that's too task-based, it might not give the HR team the information that they need to understand regarding, like, what's the result of this task? Who does it go to? How does a person know to do this task? Is it sort of on their own? What is some of that within the context of that duty or responsibility? How much autonomy do they have to make that decision and discretion? The one thing that we found, and I think this is, I don't want to say it's universal, but job titles are inconsistent across departments. They're very difficult to get titles consistent. But, one of the big nuances of pay is making sure there's a perception that among employees that pay is equitable, is fair, so that there's a level of trust in the administration. And titles are one of those absolute things that will erode that. You have someone who's managing a big team called coordinator in one area, someone who's coordinating administrative tasks. If they're both coordinators, certainly that can start to cause some perception of inequity or a lack of understanding why someone might be paid differently. And that's certainly not unique to the public sector. That is kind of one of those universal pay issues. The one thing that doesn't exist, and it was really, I think it's problematic with the salary structure design, is because there are so many grades and there's such a small differentiation between each grade, is that there's no independent classification system. Other than looking at market and kind of comparing one job to another as it's described, there's sort of no leveling system or piece in place, to help ensure equity across jobs, job families, and across departments, where you might have jobs that you feel that are at a similar level, but because water pays more than Parks and Rec for this particular role, from a market perspective, a way to justify that. The pay ranges that we looked at, as I just mentioned, they are too wide, and they are there's too many grades. Generally, you can't really justify in the market, you really can't come up with that difference of just a 5% between grades and have that be clear. So it's sort of a construct just because you're trying to fit a level in. And the challenge when you get ranges that are too wide, it will accidentally lower your hiring rates. So if you're looking at one of your entry-level roles and the ranges are too wide, it will take your hiring rate and make it lower than something that's practical. So if we were talking, if very little happened as a result of the study, it's fixing your hiring rates, where folks are trying to bring people in at. Because it's that entry-level talent that it's hard to get people to apply, even if you're paying competitively, let alone if you're not. It's really hard to get people to apply and show up for interviews in that process. And then, this is true with any changes to a structure or any changes to a pay system. There are some pay policies that we believe are inconsistent, particularly with the way the current range is developed, but that really would need to change, as you would go forward. So, keeping in mind, we're still looking at the internal pay program, or what exists. This is really where you start to look at actual pay, how much employees make, and whether that person is paid competitively to the market. So basically, you set the pay ranges at your market targets. You determine what the markets are, where you want to be. And then whether it's ranges or steps or whatever system, there is a place in that range where you would expect employees to be paid. And one of the more traditional statistics that are used is a comp ratio. And it's simply someone's actual pay divided by the midpoint of their range. And keeping in mind that that midpoint is the thing that represents your market policy. You know, that becomes the market. So if someone comp ratio is 100%, or their pay is exactly at that midpoint, that means their pay is exactly at that market rate. So you certainly, based on performance over time, someone who's newer in the role might be lower in the range, someone who's higher might be higher. You expect some variance in that. But, you know, as we look at, as shown by this table, there's only 39.1% of employees are paid within what we would consider that competitive range, that plus or minus 10%. So under 40% are there. So there's a very wide distribution of how much folks are making in ranges. And then if you compare that to, there's a very small difference, that 5%, there's a lot of overlap in terms of how much people are making in one grade compared to either the one below them or the one above. The piece that can lead to is a lot of discontent or perception of inequity with respect to actual pay. Because you could find yourself where the average pay in the grade below the one above is actually higher, just by virtue of that width. There are also 1/4 of employees who we would say are paid well below or well above competitive market. So, you know, that's where you get into that below 80% or above the 120%. So what this means for us is that your ranges really aren't doing their job. They're not helping your pay stay in that market over time. So I could stop here if there were questions on the internal, or I could kind of keep going and then talk about the market alignment, how you would handle questions.
Okay, so the internal was, can you go back to the other slide previous?
This one?
Okay, so we had 2 pages of that. All right, are there any questions on these internal program findings? And you're going to explain that later more with your recommendations. So strictly what we're doing is questioning what it says versus what we're going to do about it,
Correct.
because you're going to tell us what we should do about it.
Correct. We just want
Okay.
you to, this is certainly setting up the
Yeah, and that's why I'm trying to do it like this, so that we can break it down and be more comprehensive. Questions on this piece of it, Commissioner Franny?
I just want to make sure I understand, I'm sorry, I missed a little of that. The chart, is that reflective of the experience level of our employees, or is that strictly a comparative to the midpoint?
It's strictly a comparison to the midpoint.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
So my question's going to be on the next slide, because I'm not sure how you drew those percentiles, but I think the data is in this slide. So anyway, well, I'll defer
Okay.
the real question. Yeah.
Sure.
Vice Mayor?
I consider this facts, and it's a great presentation. I don't have any questions about this, other than from an experimental standpoint. The midpoint is always very, very important. I'm just asking, do you agree with that?
I mean, it is your pay policy. Yeah, it's where.
I'm sorry, forget ours. Just as you're looking at this, you're sort of making I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, no, you're fine.
You're making an evaluation that this is important,
Yes.
this calculation.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I agree with that, and I just wanted to hear that again from you, that this is really, it was important to me previously, in previous situations.
Commissioner?
No, ma'am, I'm good.
Whatever you're going to tell us later is the recommendation to correct what you're seeing here, which is the finding. I'm assuming at some point you're going to have a list that kind of shows the areas that are really under.
Yeah, I think my presentation will be
Under whatever.
more summary fashion versus that kind of detailed list.
So we'll get into that later.
So, but what this is indicative of, so this is before Bolton did any job analysis.
Gotcha.
Did any recommendations. So this is where you are now and how far you're off. So if our recommendations come back, that means there's some changes to be made. it's to fix this sort of thing. So this is the challenge with pay. There's always a way to fix it. I mean, this is all done purposefully. You know, there's a reason each one of these employees are paid what they are. It just doesn't fit the system.
Gotcha. Okay. Next section?
So this is where we bring into, from a market alignment perspective, and we look at the base pay range midpoints. And what this is a summation of, we look at the market rates for each job for 3 different sectors. So there's the peer survey we did. There's a broader market that's government, so it certainly includes the peers, but it also includes some of that additional governmental data. And then the general is if we're looking just at general industry information. So within that, there are some governments, but there's also private employers. Governmentally, it could be school systems as well. It's really whomever would be participating in those surveys. And then the combined is if we bring all of those data sources together and do the comparison. This is the comparison of each one of your jobs' midpoints to the developed market rates for those jobs that are in there. So basically what this is suggesting is that your current midpoints, if I look at the 50th percentile,
Which is where you said we should be.
I actually, we're recommending the 65th percentile.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, because I mean, we believe that there are some special things about Dunedin that we think philosophically you should recognize. And that, to us, would sort of precipitate something that's not just the middle, something slightly above. So what that's saying is that your midpoints are, 3.9% above that 50th percentile currently, or at 103.9%. And that's just to the peer organization. And you can see as we start to expand, if we look at just compared to general industry, your midpoints are 84.5% of that 50th percentile. And then if we combine it all, it's about 10% below. So what this equates to, so we talk about that range of plus or minus 10% to be competitive. When you're setting midpoints, you want this percentage to actually be 100%. You'll have a few that are over, a few that are under, but to set your whole structure, it would be at 100%. So this is saying if you are recommending the 65th percentile, or that's something that your ranges would actually need to go up by 5.5% as they sit now, as they're designed now.
Okay, questions on this one? Because that's the last piece of the finding,
This is the key.
right?
Correct.
Vice Mayor, any questions on that?
I think I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Grady?
I don't know.
Yeah, just one quick one. So what are you defining as peer?
The survey group
Okay,
specifically.
gotcha. Okay. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely.
If you can just, the combined piece below, you're saying that number should be closer to 100%, give or take?
I'm saying on this matrix, there is a spot that you could say philosophically our policy is this is the market that we want to compare to, and then this is the level in the market that we want to set our pay policy to. So it could be any one of these squares. What we recommend later is it's the 65th percentile, and if that's the case and that's the policy that's adopted, this would indicate, again, this is your current ranges, that they're 5.5% below. So you need to increase your ranges by 5.5%.
Okay, so peers is the government's list that we just looked at. What's government?
Government includes.
Is that us?
You're in that, the peers are in that, but we also include data from the Club Managers Association on golf courses, from the American Water Works Association, from their survey data. And then there are some jobs that the U.S. Department of Labor has that allow us to look at specifically counties and cities to add a bit more detail.
And general's everybody else?
In general, it could be all of those people. It's surveys you'll get from like a Willis Towers Watson or one of the other large survey sources that we use.
And the combine is all 3 of those?
It's all of it together, correct?
And we are where? That's what I want to know. Where are we?
So philosophically.
Today, not before we make the change.
You are, so if we look at government compared to the 50th percentile, which I think is certainly a fair, which is the second row of percentages and the second column, you're 95.1% of that market. So your ranges are 4.9% below that amount.
But you're saying you want us, when you do
It
the
should be at
recommendations, you're
100%.
saying, no, but you're saying we should, our goal is at the 65th percentile. So you're saying we're at 86.4
Correct.
today.
Correct.
And
that's-
we're
That's
shooting-
our recommending.
And we're yeah, okay, but what this is saying is, if you're shooting for 100%, you're shooting for 100% to be at, in the 65th, right? I'm just trying to gauge, what is this number telling me?
It's that, exactly.
Okay, I just want to make sure I was reading it correctly. I just wish Dunedin was listed there to tell me where they were. I
Well,
think it would be a better comparison.
This is Dunedin, so if we had Dunedin here, it would be 100%.
Oh, this is us as
Yeah, this
compared
is
to
you
those
compared to
people.
all of those.
That's what was,
I'm sorry. Yeah.
that's what was, there's just not enough explanation there. I just want to make sure I'm reading it correctly. Go ahead.
No, just a quick follow-up. So, and that would be reflective of highs and lows, right? You just showed us the chart where we're high on some areas, we're low on others, and we're perfect, not perfect, but in the middle on others. So this is reflective of everything. So you would expect that your new pay plan, to put us at 100%, is heavily driven by the low, because we're going to be bringing it up to where it needs to be.
Well, there's
On average, I'm just talking on average.
So, yeah, there are two pieces to this. So, there are on a job-by-job basis, there are some jobs that are well below, that percentage. And what we would recommend, if it's just a purely market-based system, that job would be regraded. That it would actually put to a grade where that midpoint more closely approximates the 65th percentile. And the opposite is true as well. So if there are jobs where they're well above, it would be realigning, based on the market information.
And that's actually what you did when you put everything together?
We designed a new structure completely, something that we felt was more supportable and better fitting to the kind of career paths that existed, part of that job analysis, and confirmed some of that, well, confirmed all of that as an extra step in working with department heads once we put the classifications together.
And we're not looking, so the combined is not anything we're going against, it's the government, is what you're saying?
It's kind of like showing Tampa, it really, in our opinion, is sort of an intellectual exercise. It's providing some more information, because I know it's always a question around the comparison to private industry. And that's a much more problematic comparison than I think folks understand sometimes, to try and bring that.
Yeah, actually, can I just jump in on that? Yeah, so the 81.3% would include private. Some
Yes,
private.
correct.
Yes.
Which does go to the heart of what we hear all the time, So actually, we'd have more work to do. It would be a bigger lift if we included, more private.
Well, overall it would. I think it would also be a much bigger lift from the cities to manage internal equity.
Right.
Just because, the alternative markets to working for a city in Parks and Rec are different than, pick on human resources, that availability is
engineering.
different. Or engineering.
Yeah, you're going to get $250,000 a year if you go out in the private sector.
Right.
Potentially, it
engineer.
depends, but it depends on what's going on in volatile industries.
Right.
So right now, with the way construction's been, building inspectors
But if you're
continually
working
want more and more
programming
money.
at the YMCA, even
He's
if you
right,
have a
it's so
Parks and Rec
market-driven.
degree, yeah, you're not going to
Right, it's
get,
very market-driven.
yeah.
Correct. But, for the citizens, I mean, it's hard to judge which is more important from a service delivery perspective. So that's why for us, internal equity is so important, and sticking with a more common labor market comparison supports that much better.
So when you get down to your recommendations, you're not shooting the general market, you're shooting for what we are against other government, I get that. And I'll maybe look at you, Teresa, were there areas when you do the recommendation where you saw that we are losing to the private sector a lot so that you might have adjusted that percentile?
So right now with the.
You don't have to tell me
Yeah,
what
we
they are,
haven't,
right?
yeah,
Just
so
asking the
we
question.
haven't really adjusted anything yet
No,
because
I
we're
know.
still
Are there,
reviewing.
is that part of the thinking is what I'm,
Yes, I mean, if there's a certain job group where we are losing people to a certain sector, then yes, we would look at that a little more closely.
okay. But you're saying you will look at it. I'm saying, is it going to be a part of the recommendations?
That comes through the budget process, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and we'll talk about that
Okay,
some more.
thank you.
Are you going to tell us why the 65 as opposed to the 50 later, I assume?
Meaning why we recommend that? It really, yeah, there's a brief piece, but as we did the comparison to the peers themselves, so it goes along with why we recommend the government to some degree. So like water and environmental, for example, at Dunedin, as sort of a function. As we look at the peers overall, it seems to have a higher place. You know, I'm not trying to, I don't want to pander, but to us, it seemed like it had an extra level of complexity that peer group didn't hit completely. So that's one of the reasons we really wanted to make sure we used data from the American Waterworks Association as well, because, you know, we couldn't survey every comparable city for water, every comparable city for parks and rec. It just, you know, you'd be drowning in data. So we use that approach, and then it just, you know, honestly, as we look at city services and, you know, how important the operation of the government is to the citizenry, as we've been able to gather, that's where we really looked at the 65th percentile as saying the middle might not be quite the right spot.
Okay.
So just an overview of our recommendations. It's a suggestion for maintaining the current job description process, but enhancing the format. And, you know, I think I understand with what staff is going to recommend, this is going to become even more important, because really that key tool for helping ensure that the compensation system stays competitive, it really is job descriptions and making sure that the roles and families are described correctly, and that while it's somewhat of a fluid process, you know, in department heads' minds, that there is a start and stop that kind of fits with budgeting and some of those other pieces. Then adopting a job evaluation system, and we have actually recommended one to really improve internal equity across, but to help build some specific ladders that are supportable by market in terms of different job families and areas. We recommended a job titling convention to use, and actually did do a first blush of job titles to try and improve that. And a lot of our job title focus is on making sure, if you're going to use the title of a specialist, for example, that it covers a certain sort of job group or job category only. So you're not using it interchangeably to describe really disparate levels within the organization. A coordinator is a good example that if you're going to use a superintendent, there's a specific, and particularly when you talk to Matrix, you know, it certainly has a certain level of accountability and responsibility from a managerial perspective. Some of those pieces. We designed a new pay structure, better aligned with the market, a little bit not quite as broad overall to provide a little bit better control, but really we thought was much more targeted to that 65th percentile. And then there are certainly some pay policies that we recommend adjusting based on the new structure. Some of them, you know, we think were probably incorrect to start with, just in terms of common practice and what works. But certainly whenever you would do a new pay structure or some of these other changes, you would want to look at how you're increasing pay within that structure over time. So talking about the job evaluation plan, it uses a series of job families and career levels. The four compensable factors we use, basically going back to the early 60s with the Equal Pay Act, is where the concept of compensable factors were defined and basically kind of codified a long time ago in terms of what you can use with skill, effort, responsibility, and working conditions. These are the four factors that we've built into all of the job family descriptions, all of the career level descriptions as part of this. So our process is to take a specific job title and assign it to a job family. Then within that family, it gets assigned to a career level, which could be an operational trades position, could be a support role, could be a exempt professional role or managerial, and then there are different level descriptions underneath that. What it allows us to do is to ensure that we are adhering to market variance kind of by level, by job family. So we're able to make sure that, trades jobs in water at a certain level are paid competitively to market for water, but jobs that might be at a similar level in Parks and Rec, as that level's defined, would be paid more akin to how Parks and Rec would be paid. So it allows us to better manage internal and external equity or market competitiveness. This is informational. I think these are things that as staff makes this operational, it starts to make more sense. But basically, there are 7 career groups, and you can see under each career group there are a number of levels. So for the trades, operation, and labor, there are actually 5 defined levels, and it's kind of starts with an entry-level laborer role up to more of a master craftsman. Similar for technicians and support individual contributors. And this is really part of the process as we met with department heads, was really fine-tuning and trying to finalize what levels were appropriate and what those descriptions would look like. And I did want to point out, this is all a system, like one component feeds another in this. So part of the implementation process, and we're happy to advise staff on this, is if there's a choice not to adopt, say, the classification system, there would be a process that might change how you would classify a job. It doesn't change the structure, but it would certainly change some of that process recommendation. The new structure, and it's actually, I'll show it to you on the next page just as a point of information, is calibrated to the 65th percentile of that government peer group that we had talked about. And what we've done as part of this process is actually create terciles. And just a way of saying, we've taken each range and break it into 3 equal parts. And a lot of that is particularly, like with the ranges you have now, they're so wide. One of the things that's very helpful, and I know this is part of the challenge with the implementation, is you have this wide range, you know what you're willing to pay for the job, is then how do you determine where in that range should an actual employee be paid? So it's part of hiring someone, determining a starting rate, but part of an implementation study of this, it adds some complication to know, well, you might have someone who's at the low end of the range, but that could be completely accurate based on their newly promoted to it or some other thing like that, whereas someone else, based on their performance over time in that exact job, should be paid in a different location. So we are recommending terciles as a way to start that discussion. So you're able to provide some definition around, with these number of years of experience in the job, someone should be in this approximate group, this tercile 1, 2, or 3. The range structure that you see now, we do provide a little bit of the detail in terms of the design. The target that's listed that's actually the midpoint, and that actually represents the 65th percentile. But there's an equal distance from the entry to that MR.1, and then there's an equal distance from MR.1 to MR.3, and that's the middle tercile. the progression in grades that we've created, or this is the percentage difference between each grade. You can see starts at 7.5%, where it's 5 currently. And as you get into managerial roles, the difference becomes greater. This both, in our opinion, matches better with market, but also adheres better to sort of the value of jobs from a market perspective that you get between the higher level grades. One of the things you'll also see is it corresponds, if not directly, but certainly consistently, where the range spread gets wider as that grade progression gets bigger. And that's simply because as you get into more senior level roles, there is more of an ability for length of service in that role to affect the level of performance and what someone can accomplish. There's much more variance in what's potentially from a responsibility perspective. So what becomes of classification and grading is using the job, family, and career levels. Each one of those have been graded on the job and created as a classification. So the first step for staff in the administration of this is to take a new position if one is warranted, or if they're meeting with the department director around potential reorganization, is to say this job is this family to start with. And that family could be water distribution, or it could be recreation. And then underneath that, it's determining what level that job would occur on. That will give you a grade. That'll give you something that's been tied to market for that level. Certainly, the system would allow, if it's a unique role or somehow there's a specific challenge, you can certainly look at a more specific look at market to see if that grade really is going to deliver a competitive range. And you could have a job that is graded slightly differently. We don't anticipate that based on what we've seen so far in terms of the variety of tasks. But it's something that we've seen, say, for example, where there's a very unusual IT system or application that an employer is using, and there's only 3 or 4 of those people, in the U.S. For some reason. Sometimes you have to be practical to say we have to have this until we make that change, so we're going to have this job at a specific grade. The one thing, and this is always a challenge, what we're dealing with, and it does ultimately have a budget implication, is what we're really recommending and what we're really hoping can be adopted is a system that really has no budget impact immediately. We're really hoping to get the system in place so that the HR team and staff have something to work with to help ensure that it gets to competitive market levels. So when a department head is looking at making some changes, it's possible to reclassify a job, but it doesn't have a budget impact until there's some movement to put someone in that job. And I know it may not make sense, but for us, it's that freedom to make sure that a department's organizing work in the most efficient means, and then figuring out how to deal budgetarily with some of those issues. So this is one that is, I think there's room for more discussion in terms of how annual adjustments occur. And I think potentially this is more, in our opinion, it's something we would recommend trying to provide some type of increase that's above budget to recognize performance that you're really comfortable that is someone's overachieving. And I think part of the benefit of that is you're actually able to help someone like that, particularly if they're lower in the range, get closer to that market target, and to get them closer to that. Whenever that occurs, certainly there's an overall salary increase budget that you need to adhere to. So it does certainly create that other side where that means folks who are maybe their performance is reviewed at a lower level might get a little bit less, in that context. There's some supportive systems to do that. and to do it effectively, and not the least of which might be some sort of manager training or further orientation to how to review performance and some of those sorts of things.
That's a quick question.
We're almost there.
Okay.
We have one more page,
Yeah, we're very close.
and then we'll wait on the next steps. We'll just talk about recommendations.
Okay. The only thing here I think that would be different that we're recommending is, I think that the current promotional increase process is broken. Typically, from a growth perspective and what you're trying to do is to recognize the promotion, but also allow for more pay growth potentially. So right now with a promotional policy, it's sort of possible to have someone promoted from one grade to another and actually have their pay rate be farther along the next range because the promotional increase is basically just too high. So what we recommend is at least to the minimum of the new range, but you would essentially receive 50% of the difference from the current grade to the next. So if you're being promoted and there's a 10% difference from one grade to another, the promotional increase, now separate from annual or a merit increase, would be 5%. So it would be half of that, 10%. That makes sense to everybody? Excellent. Any questions?
Okay. Commissioner Franny.
So I'm just curious what your philosophy is about salary increases off the midpoint versus actual.
Yeah, it's certainly possible. It is definitely a mechanism. And it can be helpful. I tend to like those. There's a really old, well, not old, one of the more traditional approaches to pay increases are something called a merit matrix, where you look at position and range in addition to performance when you're looking at increases. And theoretically, if you're measuring performance to the job itself, and not the person's past performance or your expectations, it can work well. So you'd give a bigger increase for someone low in the range if they're performing at the same level as someone who's higher in the range to bring those closer. It's very hard to explain to employees. It's very hard to get performance management that accurate so that it really works. That said, if you provide the increase off of the midpoint, it has a similar effect. It does help you bring people closer to that midpoint into the market range. And in my opinion, it's certainly much more explainable. It would be used potentially in conjunction with those percentages I showed you as an example. So rather than current pay, it would be based on the midpoint.
Thank you.
Can I jump on that question?
Sure.
Why don't you just give them a raise based on the money they make, if they're within the range? I never did understand the whole midpoint thing. I thought it was
You want me to explain
entirely.
it to you?
No. Nope. No. I mean, I do.
It's actually really,
No, I do understand it. It's not that I don't understand it. It's just the only place it's really used is in government. I mean, unless you're in a,
It
a
helps you reach the
very
competitive rate quicker,
large.
and when you're over the competitive rate, you slow down. It's actually not a very,
It is, so there's a
But you said it's more understandable. To me, I think people understand when they get a percent of the salary they make. If they've got a 3% increase on the salary they make, that's understandable. When you have to figure in all this other stuff, I just feel like the average everyday person that is out making a paycheck, that's what they understand. The rest of it becomes complicated.
And to be clear, what I was from an understandability perspective, I was talking compared to, there's a very, very traditional approach, and it's certainly not used. We actually just have a client who's using it now, and we're trying to figure out how to help them get rid of it.
Using what?
In a public sector, it's a merit matrix. So it has a similar effect, but it basically says you have,
No, I heard you say all that.
Okay, but that's
I
what I
heard
mean.
you say.
So what I was
but-
suggesting-
But again, if you're just, if you've got, I get it. You want to be fair to everybody and not be on the whim of your supervisor. You want to have some kind of structure of giving a raise. I get that. All I'm saying is, why do we do it off the midpoint versus just
but
their salary?
understand, if we're losing people after less than a year, 2 years, 3 years, the doing it off midpoint helps that group get into the range quicker, and then they're not as likely to leave.
Except we're
That's
just.
the point.
Except, no, I get it. But to me, that says we're just not hiring him at the right initial amount to begin with.
I think it's a combination,
You know what I'm saying?
combination.
I mean, I get it. It's all complicated. This is not anything against anybody sitting in this room. I've had the same issues with it since the day I walked in the door 16 years ago.
So-
I didn't like it then, and I still don't like
I
it.
mean,
But
it's
you know,
got
it
its
is what it
downsides,
is.
Well, I'll tell you, what you're
I'm
saying,
about simplifying
is accurate. I think the purposes are different, though. I mean, the reason you would do something like that is more for the benefit of, the reason you would consider it and the reason you do a merit matrix is for the benefit of the organization and adhering to budget. It's, anything like that is going to be more confusing to employees. You know, it's going to have that wrinkle that's something that you have to explain. So it adds that difficulty for sure.
But if you're making more than the mid-range, if you're a person that's been here, you got to think about it this way, because I've heard this over the years. If you make more than the mid-range, you've been here a long time, or 5, 6 years, and the guy that just got here is getting, after their first year, is getting a raise that's higher, that's the same as the midpoint, but the guy that makes more than the midpoint is getting a raise on the midpoint too. So there's unfairness there, and I've heard it for years from our employees. Now, maybe when we adjust all of these ranges and we're reducing, because I think the number of ranges were part of the problem, right? You've got these family and you're reducing the number of ranges. You know, maybe
And to be honest,
that helps fix it. But I'm not just talking about the people that are leaving us. I'm talking about the people that are above their mid-range. And then they're getting a % increase on something that's less than what they make. If I was that person, that would,
And
I won't say the word.
And that's the downfall. That's the thing
blank
that's
me,
always-
it would
it's
blank
very
me
difficult.
off.
It was very difficult to explain.
Yeah, it would upset me.
Right. So, and you are correct, and I guess I glossed over that a little bit. I mean, one of the benefits of the ranges that we've put together, and as I mentioned, it makes the hiring rates go up. You know, it just by bringing the ranges into better line with the type of roles. Because one of the challenges, if you start someone where there's less flexibility to adjust pay from year to year, if you start someone too low, it's very difficult to get their pay to the right spot.
Unless you have a policy that would allow that to happen.
But then you get into, it's very difficult to justify that.
So the solution is you just you leave the top here and you move this up.
We did both. We did, but yes, absolutely. You definitely had that effect of increasing that.
Yeah, okay. I jumped on your parade, sorry. You have more questions?
It wasn't actually a parade, so.
No, I meant, I
No,
just
it's
jumped
all
on your,
good.
I
No,
jumped
mean,
on your question.
Yeah, and
Did you
and
have something
I
you wanted
get
to
your
say over
issues.
there? Okay, you look like you were gonna talk.
Thing one is fine, thank you.
Huh?
Thing one is fine.
Okay.
Are you going to say Sandag, or?
No, I mean, I actually, I do understand the pros and cons of midpoints. But again,
I'm just saying I don't like it.
this study is about fixing market issues, so I just want to, I know nobody will fight for employees. I mean, I'm a big advocate for employees, always have been. But again, I mean, this particular study is all about the equity and fairness to employees and making sure we're at market, because that benefits employees and it benefits the citizens.
And I really will add, and to give you a tool to stay at market and to be able to respond, because,
Right, because you can't just do this and.
well, it's
then-
where we are is where we are.
Okay, we're fixed
market-wise.
forever.
Yeah, it's just unusual, and,
We know that's not true,
correct.
depending on the,
Right.
depending on the market, depending on the economy.
Focusing on the market helps everyone, because, again, one of the other questions asked yesterday or Monday at the town hall was, again, how tiring it gets for the good employees who are covering the bases of no employees because we can't keep it filled. So, I just think, we have to keep our focus, right? I mean, so.
Any other questions on the recommendations we're not to the staff recommendations, we're to, essentially what you're doing is talking about the structure of our pay system, not what our pay system is going to be.
And we've worked with staff to
Right,
provide
so
some
that's
detail,
essentially
and
your
then from there,
presentation.
right.
Okay. Anything else on that piece of it? Commissioner?
So the question I would have on this related, and this goes back to the percentiles, because you did include the private sector in that. Is that correct?
Correct.
What was your rationale for including the private sector? Because really, in terms of pay scales and pay ranges, between government and between the private sector, there's a very distinct difference in terms of how those are formulated.
So the market review, where we looked and did that analysis, we did include private sector there as sort of informational. Our recommendation and what the structure's built on is really just governmental. So there is no, there's just too many unusual variances as you look at private industry.
Yeah. Yeah, so, okay, that totally makes sense, because, again, the formulation is distinctly different.
Right.
One is profit-driven, the other is budget-driven.
And the way the jobs are paid function to function can be so off that it just, you almost have to develop a whole new kind of pay policy line for private industry and not look at it job by job to some degree.
Yeah, okay.
Vice Mayor?
What's the next part after this recommendation from your side?
Next steps.
The next steps, and we're going to take a break before we go to that.
I'll wait for next steps.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm good.
You good? Okay. I wrote down a question. Are you recommending, when you talk about the performance level, our annual adjustments, are you going to be working with staff to recommend at least a base of what we do? Or is that beyond this? I guess that might be under next steps. Sorry.
That is part of next steps.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, why don't we take a quick break, because we usually try to take a break an hour and a half in, so we can just move all our legs, get some
I have
coffee.
one more slide.
No, I know. Trust me,
We're
there
gonna have
will,
a discussion.
there
I got
will
it.
be discussion.
I got it.
So you're just trying to get out of here. I know what you're trying to
We're gonna
do.
make the transition.
He's like, just let me get out. All right, we'll adjourn for a few minutes.
Cool.
Welcome back, everybody. See, you thought you were getting out of here quick, didn't you?
Ian does not get to leave.
Nope, he does not get to leave. All right, so next step. We're on next steps now. There you go. So, go.
So these are certainly broad, and we've worked through some of these discussions and the implications with staff and provided some detail, is to finalize the pay program design and administrative policies. So it's not certainly independent of the cost to implement and some of those other details, but, I always hate to see getting that improvement programmatically put into place, because that, over time, is also going to ensure competitiveness. The kind of specific things that we're really talking about and working toward with staff now are kind of a new job description template, something to use that's a bit more specific that hopefully will be a little bit easier for a department head, but also really add a little bit of a robustness in terms of what that specific job does for the city of Dunedin, and to kind of treat it as that. We have, as I said, recommended kind of a job titling framework for that, and made some suggestions. Those are one of those that certainly can occur over time. And I will tell you that as important as I think titles are, I don't believe we've ever had a client that's adopted them carte blanche. There's always some mitigation somehow in some specific areas, but they are very important. Not so much in what one individual job's called, but that there's some consistency across, because this is certainly about the perception of equity. We will be delivering a job classification manual, assuming there's some approval for the system itself. But basically that combination of job families, career levels, and the preliminary, at least as the end of the study, all of those classified and graded roles. With those would be kind of that tool for staff to use. And then we will finalize and help recommend changes to whatever pay policies might be necessary. So we talked about the promotional increase, but we'll certainly help work through some of the logic behind and how to write a policy around starting pay rates, how to determine those, and how much flexibility would occur within departments, how much would be reserved for administration, and frankly, what, if any, role for the commission would be in that. And then it is the implementation phase. So it's kind of laying out the process and plan, coming up with what actual changes should be, what needs to occur stepwise. Is there more work from directors to be able to implement certain things? Kind of financial boundaries, certainly that's set by you and by staff in that perspective. And then we'll transition all of the tools and data that we've used. So we do all of our work in a homegrown Microsoft Access database, but it'll have all of the classifications, all of the jobs, and all of those pieces. And to the extent that it's a tool that that the city can use going forward, we'll do everything we can do to kind of help folks understand how to use it and print reports and that kind of thing. And then the step, and this is really, I think, an ongoing process for the city, is further orienting management, further training in different areas to help support the system. And whether it's just explaining the new program or new policy, or whether it's something more substantive in terms of how to manage performance, or I know you'll be speaking with Matrix, how to incorporate kind of organizational redesign, how to rethink work potentially in certain areas in delivery. And not last, because certainly there have been a lot of ongoing employee communications, but certainly it is important to help employees understand this system. In my opinion, because there's a bit more substance to how jobs get graded, it's inherently more transparent. It seems like it's more complicated, but because that piece is in place for us, it provides that mechanism to say, you're here, others are here, and something that provides a third party or independent basis for that determination. So that concludes our our presentation of the findings and recommendations. Certainly welcome any additional comments.
Okay, so before I ask for questions
Sure.
on this piece, because there's other things that I know we're going to be talking about, who is presenting, you did an organizational study as well?
Correct, and that will be.
We have the 57 pages.
Yes,
Ellen.
That's you? Gotcha. Okay, so we'll get to that next. I didn't see it on, the agenda.
And Dan, you stay through it all?
Yeah, oh, yes, I'll be here, certainly.
Okay, so.
I just want to make
can't
sure
leave
you
anyway.
really weren't anxious to leave, so that's good.
No, no.
Okay, good.
So essentially, this is the next steps of implementation regarding the structure
Correct,
of our system,
exactly.
which is different than other pieces of it.
It is. It is.
Okay.
Certainly interrelated, but
Okay. On your next steps for your piece, on the structure itself, because we'll be talking a lot about, probably with Teresa and Jennifer, on what your recommendation is about the actual financial piece of it, which comes last, I think. We'll be talking a lot about that, I'm sure. Vice Mayor, any questions on the structure with the next steps on the structure?
This is going to be easy, because I had asked when the organizational part was, that's why I couldn't respond, so I asked before this. So based on us knowing we're receiving that part of it, this is a part that you said you felt was broken, this part that you just presented.
correct.
And I agree with the fact that it sounds to me like it's broken, but more importantly, needs an update, really.
Oh,
And-
yeah, absolutely.
And your update is essentially not necessarily a financial consideration at this point. You made that point, did you not? It is fixing the structure so that we understand more how we can be more effective within the pay policy, that whole pay policy. Is that correct? So I'm liking what I've heard, so I don't really have any questions if those things are correct.
Well, if you like what you've heard so far, I won't say anything additional. No, it is that, but ultimately, the structure provides a framework for fixes over time. So there is inherent in that some repair that needs to be done, for sure, but we're not dictating that.
Correct. But your recommendation is this, moving this bottom up
Correct.
because you want to make this smaller anyway.
It's just creating ranges that are more reflective of the
Yes.
roles, correct?
Well, then, thank you. That was a good way for me to ask a lot of questions, get a lot of questions answered. Thank you.
Commissioner Gao, any questions on next steps for the structure?
I do agree with John's comments. My only question would be this is a recommendation that's coming from the professionals, and because we're hearing it, I assume this is correct, but I want to make sure that Jennifer and Teresa, you guys are okay with this, and you can function within it.
We'll be discussing in part 2, Commissioner.
That's going to be part of staff's recommendations, Commissioner.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner?
No, I think I'm good.
No further questions.
And were you guys the ones that did, like the whole pay differential by position?
Yes.
When do we talk about that? That'll be later when you come back to us. That's not in this
Correct.
thing today.
Correct.
Okay. And will they be here for that?
We're not sure yet.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for all the hard work. Don't go anywhere. I'm sure we may have a
We
question.
will be
I
here.
have one, can I just, I
Yeah.
think this is a good time to ask it. So, I'm used to, and usually it's staff who does, like when, you guys put this out, sometimes, the whole issue of fixing to exact pro rata proportions, the compression issues, is just too expensive. So there's options of like how you can create some, getting some level of separation from employees who've been here versus the newer ones and raising them in. Are you used to doing that? As far as the options, I'm used to staff doing it, but I just wanted to ask the question.
We've worked with staff on different options and different approaches to try and determine where in a range someone should be paid. And then there are mechanisms that, as you're suggesting, to try and get folks there. There are so many options. and I
Right, because
think
I'm
that's-
used to at this point,
Yeah.
like, there's not just one option, one sheet, here's what everybody gets. It's a process, I mean, because the most important thing is to get some level of separation there. If if you can't do the full pro rata perfect world. And, that's obviously an expectation I have from you as we move through this process, so.
Well, and I think what we typically see from administration is, given that variety, I don't know that usually there's a big proposal back to the elected board on here are all of the options, because I think there's a lot of employee relations balance and a lot of other pieces that fall into that. So we typically see it being more concrete from a recommendation, certainly well explained, but it's not kind of like a laundry list of these certain components and that kind of thing. That might not be the case at this point, but
If I may, though, but you did mention that this is based strongly on merit, in your presentation as well. I mean.
yeah, well, I think job value for sure.
Correct.
Yeah, and particularly over time, some variation and increases based on performance, right?
Which we've been talking about a very long time. The problem is, I think, in theory, is when you're going to do a performance-based annual review to keep everybody where they need to be, you have to put more money into it than what we do with the standard
Right.
thing. And that
A small
has
amount
been,
doesn't really
that has
drive
been
it.
our problem since the mid-2000s, when we did have more money put aside to be able to do, what you might say a base plus a merit that makes a difference.
And in fairness.
I mean, a
it's
1%.
been everybody's problem,
Yeah,
so,
yeah, but I mean, like a 1% merit, what does that do for your, it doesn't.
Well, if that's your total increase, you are trailing the market that year, for sure.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's problematic.
Right.
I had made a note earlier, that slide on page 8, you don't have to go back to it, but it's the one with the percentages of our positions within a certain range against government, peer, all that. I'd be curious, and it doesn't have to happen now, and I don't know who to tell, but I would be curious, because you listed the number of jobs. I'd be curious to see the backup to that. Like, what those jobs were, or the department, or something. I want to know what the areas we had the biggest problem with that. I want something quick and easy to look at.
Okay.
Is that okay with everybody? I just think it's important to
I think it'd be
understand
great.
those problematic areas.
I'd like to see that as well.
So Mayor, just to be clear, you're talking about the below 80%, the 80 to 89%?
Yeah, wait a
Low
minute,
end and less than?
let me go back to my, I'm switching all over the place. So page 8.
Yeah. We understand. You're looking at that
Is it page
39%.
8? Wait,
So that's the one where we
No, it's not
introduced the
page
comp
8.
ratio.
Yeah,
It is page 8.
yeah, it's page 8.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, so it tells us, that we're in competitive range for 108 positions, and we know we have a bunch more. I'd like to understand in those 3 categories, that you've got there, what jobs are part of those 3. And again, in order to get a correct number, you probably got to enter every darn job, and I'm not really I'm looking for areas, if you can make it simple, if you can't, whatever, but I just think that would be helpful at showing a problematic area. You guys are looking at this data every day. I'm not trying to get into the weeds, but we don't. So it's something that can just draw out. If we see that we have these families or jobs that are less competitive, right? Then we can kind of look at the turnover thing that we're going to be talking about here in a little bit and see if there's correlation. I mean, I think it gives us sort of the meat of the situation at a high level to be able to say we want to,
If I could ask a
how much we want to do.
Clarifying, are you looking for the relationship to market as a comparison?
Whatever relationship you've got,
Because this is basically just people, how they're paid currently in their current ranges on page 8. So we could certainly look at competitiveness, say, by department. So we could look at the marketplace and compare jobs.
Well, that's the next one. Where we're
Correct.
supposed
So
to
it's
be.
just, I just wanted to make sure on that competitiveness.
Yeah, no, I
piece.
want to know where we are today.
Okay.
I'm not trying to, because we're making these changes, and it helps us see why we're making recommendations. It backs it up. These are the areas. So if you guys come back in a month or two and say, we want to add a job in these areas, we want to raise the level in these areas, and here's why, well, we can very much see it. Do you see where I'm trying to get at?
Yes.
I mean, I believe what you're telling me. I just want to know what areas are affected.
I got it, Mayor. Thank you.
That way, it just reinforces when you
Jives with
do
what we're
make those
seeing really on this,
recommendations.
Yeah, jives with what the problem areas
Yeah,
are.
if so. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. We may be asking more questions.
So, Mayor, we do have a surprise guest. Alan Pennington from Matrix is here to go over the organizational review.
And these are two different companies.
The Matrix is a subcontractor to
Gotcha.
Bolton.
Because this is what, Alan, this is what you specialize in.
Yes, they're
Okay,
strictly
because,
doing.
yeah,
the
we didn't have a
organizational-
PowerPoint for this piece, and I thought, oh my God, are we not going to talk about it? So, is there a PowerPoint?
Well, the report was attached to the staffing, but
No,
Alan
I
does-
saw the report,
Yeah.
but we didn't have a PowerPoint that summarized it in our staffing.
Mayor, this PowerPoint was not uploaded with the agenda item. We can walk through it and then attach it
Yeah, if you would, please.
afterwards.
Because, I mean, I went through it, but, okay.
All right,
Welcome, Alan.
thank
So
you.
now we're going to talk about the organizational
Right.
stuff.
So
Gotcha.
Alan Pennington with Matrix Consulting Group, and as you heard earlier, we work with Bolton frequently on these type of studies that have both pay and class and organizational and staffing components. And so I'll give you a quick overview of what we were asked to look at, and then we'll summarize the recommendations that were in the report. So we were asked to look at four specific departmental areas, as you saw in the report: community development, parks and recreation, public works, utilities, and engineering. And that review included everything from, is that an appropriate organizational structure? Are there operational practices that are impacting service delivery or staffing requirements? And then specifically to say, are there identified or identifiable staffing issues that need to be addressed? And so we have both some longer-term and short-term recommendations on the staffing side. Real quickly, again, on the objectives and approach, and I sort of covered most of this, organizational structure, how staff are deployed. We looked at things regarding internal operational practices, whether they are using the right technology that's available to them, whether processes and procedures are appropriate. We did a comparative assessment at a high level to say, is your structure not just in accordance with industry best practices, but typical practices in other areas of Florida? And then looked at the staffing needs. And staffing need evaluation, where available, we tried to base it on existing workload. Where there was no workload, we had to look, or not appropriate workload data, we had to look at some other factors. We went through this process of, as you heard earlier, we interviewed staff basically throughout the entire department. So it wasn't limited just to department heads. We didn't interview obviously every employee, but we had a variety of different interviews to make sure we understood the services being provided, the current service levels, as well as some of the challenges that employees are facing and getting work done. As we went through this, as we developed the recommendations, we had an opportunity to go back and talk with the directors and share those with them so that we could get their input and feedback before they were finalized. I won't say they agree with all of them, but I think the majority have strong support. So I'm going to start with community development. And the way I've developed this is key findings and then recommendations by department. So if you want to stop and deal with each department
Yeah, let's
individually.
do departmental by departmental.
So first one for community development, and you'll hear some common themes as we talk about each of these departments, is there's a high focus on customer service in this department. There is a need to further integrate GIS further into operations, something already planned, and we've validated and agree with that. Overall, the organizational structure is appropriate for that department. Within the current planning and building division of the department, we think the service levels for turnaround times for the inspections that are being done are appropriate. So when we looked at staffing, we're basing it upon that existing service level. And you'll see that there are very minor changes there. On code enforcement, however, it's a little bit different. We don't think you're being as proactive as you should on the property maintenance component. So we did identify that, and we are making a recommendation on staffing there. There is one item that we'll talk about at the end of this slide that crosses departments a little bit, and it's sort of a if and or sort of recommendation. But the first two recommendations on staffing, one is to have a full-time equivalent dedicated to GIS functions for the planning and community development functions. That is a shared resource now with engineering, so just to keep in mind that while we're talking about it here, they're budgeted elsewhere, they're sharing the resources. Right now they have 0.5, we're saying we think they need to have probably a full FTE equivalent assigned to that. We have recommended an additional one position in code enforcement for sort of existing needs. We think that would allow you to be much more proactive and start addressing things rather than on a complaint basis, on a city basis. So you're out there looking to address things before you're getting the citizen complaints. And that is the better approach to take with that. There is one recommendation that we talk about that involves a position in engineering, and it's engineering plan review. It's currently a different title, and we looked at the opportunity to move that position from engineering to community development. And it is feasible, and we worked with many organizations that have done that. The difference is the current position is a PE and was designed to provide additional project support if needed. It hasn't been doing that. It's not currently a PE. So if it is reclassified to simply engineering plans review, it could be folded into the community development department as long as that person can fully do those reviews, because the community development director doesn't have that expertise. So they'd be relying on that person, you know, to fully do that duties. It's really one to bring those together under one responsible party so that you don't have different directors providing different input. So relatively minor changes on staffing. I think, as we noted in the report, the biggest thing here, and we provided a few metrics that can be used, but this is an area where staffing can change quickly depending upon the economic market and the development activity that's occurring. So if you start to see more development in the community, a building inspector can typically do 12 to 15 inspections per day adequately, thoroughly. If you start typically assigning them more than that, you're going to need to have additional resources. You can do that with additional staff, or as you're doing now, you're using some third-party plan review and inspection services to help you in the peak workloads. You can do that. But we just want to make clear that you don't have a lot of extra capacity right now in the plan review and inspections. They seem to be able to provide a high level of service, but if that workload changes, next year you would have to maybe address that and make changes there. So that's something that should always be continuously monitored. So I'm going to stop there. That
Okay.
is community development.
So real quick on the benefit of, for everybody, the GIS thing, didn't we just hire somebody that has GIS experience that we're going to use for this piece of it?
We have one FTE in engineering right now. We have not hired
That's Wayne.
additional. Yeah, Wayne Clark.
Okay, because
And
I met the new guy in planning that said that he has all this GIS.
he may, but he wasn't hired for that purpose.
Gotcha. And then the engineering plan review, we know that's been problematic for a long time.
Well, that's a funded position that would be moved to a different department.
Right. And then code enforcement is a decision we have to talk about how proactive do we want to be.
Right, that's really based upon the service level you want to provide.
Yeah.
And I think that's the one area where.
And I think we hear about it a lot.
Right.
So, okay, questions. I'll start destruction. Anything on community development? Or are you
No, I
just going
don't-
to
no, I
discuss
don't
the
see any-
overall?
I don't see anything shocking in here. I did have a question from your intro, because one of the questions that our employees asked on the, in the town hall was, they asked why for the organizational review, their teams or the lower staff weren't interviewed, but you just indicated that they were.
In some areas. So it was selected based upon the size and complexity of the department, who we talked with in terms of individually or as part of the tours or other things we did to gain input. We couldn't have interviewed everyone, but we did have select areas where we went below that mid-management level to get additional insight.
So you got input for some of the front levels, okay. I mean, because when I'd heard that, and I think I heard Teresa's response when I'm like, well, I don't know how you could find all the efficiencies without talking to people that do the job, but it sounds like you did that. Other than that, I don't have anything right now.
Commissioner? Vice Mayor?
I do, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I have a question about, for example, our code compliance. You immediately said we need to have one more person in code compliance. What drove you to say that?
So it was looking at the level of reactivity versus proactivity, the number of complaints, the number of cases that each officer is handling. And from our review of the data we did have, it looks like it was principally a reactive program. And there's nothing wrong with that. I think in many cases, some of the response times were still good, but it was entirely reactive. And generally, especially for communities that are fully built out, this is an area where workload will increase over time rather than decrease, because buildings get older, the expectations for maintenance change, and it becomes more difficult. So being a little bit more proactive allows you to get ahead of the curve. It allows you to address an entire neighborhood at once rather than just a person whose property was complained about.
So experiential, based on your experience with this.
Oh, yeah,
If we want to get to a higher level of service.
Correct.
And I'm just asking how you,
Yep.
how you arrived at that.
Vice Mayor, may I? Just, I think one important component of this as well is that since the law changed in July of last year, since the law changed in July of last year, and you can no longer report anonymously, the number of reports regarding violations has decreased dramatically.
Right.
And so that necessitates us going out into the field a lot more to enforce the code.
Right.
And then, in that department, did you look at any efficiencies or any potentiality for organizational that would change how they're doing things at this point?
So we looked at the sort of technology that's being used, what's being done online versus paper. I think generally you're pretty well in alignment with what we would expect for an organization of this size. I think the one area that we brought up was bringing all of or more of the plan review functions under the director is one way to sort of have a stronger oversight of that and ensure that you don't get into a situation where people are complaining about one type of plan review and the community development director is like, well, that's not under me. That's, I don't have direct control over that. And it's under somebody else who has, quite frankly, a lot of other functional areas that they need to be responsible for. So we've seen this as a great way to bring that in to ensure that the city's sort of talking with one voice. This is the service level we want to provide, and if we're not meeting it, we're going to hold people consistently accountable to that standard.
And so, from a technical standpoint, are there ways for us to increase the efficiency of that department? For example, a drone. I mean, should we be having? I'm just using that as an example, just a crazy example. Should we be using drones, or should we have a vehicle be driving through there just recording things, et cetera, to help that department? I'm just trying to be helpful for that.
No, I think they're pretty well positioned, and I think they're fairly comfortable with the current workload, except in the property maintenance code enforcement arena. And they have external resources when they need it for the peaks. So I think generally it's working pretty well.
So from your experience, there's other cities aren't doing anything that would provide some sort of efficiency to our current system.
No, I mean, there are others who are doing things at a higher service level that would
I'm not- yeah.
that would further necessitate staffing or operational changes. But I think you have a solid foundation in that department to work with.
Thank you. Does anybody use drones?
Oh, there are people who have implemented drones. There are people who've implemented virtual inspections in some areas, especially during COVID, as a way to get around that. I mean,
You're talking more on the development side, and I'm just.
You're talking the property maintenance side.
Yeah, I'm property maintenance, anything within code compliance.
Code compliant. No, I think really just getting more consistent enforcement out there in the neighborhoods across the board so
That
that.
is a way for us to improve our
Right,
level of.
because it's a little bit more systematic, and it doesn't feel as much then like individuals are being singled out. And there are some really great ways to do that, to say, here's our target neighborhood or area of the city that we're gonna be addressing next month. You're giving, or in 2 months or 3 months, you're giving fair warning, people can address notable things. And then when you go through, you're addressing everything at one time, but you would not be able to deal with that caseload with current staffing.
Thank you.
Sure.
Well, and we hear all the time, people, why did you target me and the guy up the street's doing the same thing? We hear that all the time. Commissioner Gao?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I guess I can't agree or disagree with all this. It is what it is in your recommendation. I guess my question is, especially when it comes to increasing the FTEs, and I'm hearing it from a consultant as opposed to our staff. And I'm trying to, is this something that staff agrees with and actually had maybe been trying to get done, but in order to get commission to hear it, we have to get a consultant? Or is it the consultant bringing it to our attention and staff going, that absolutely is right? I'm just trying to figure out that missing piece.
I think it's a combination of the two of them. The consultant is bringing it to your attention, and there's a
And
whole
you've been
nother
saying it
component.
for a while.
Yeah,
Definitely in
Certain
code
things.
enforcement, that's not a surprise at all, right?
right. There's another component to this, though, and that is what the financial implications are of this program. And so we'll get to the recommendations, but what we're requesting is that you consider the consultant's recommendations, and staff will review them and forward them to you as part of the budget process.
That was it.
Nothing else on community development? We'll move.
No, but I was just going to say, the engineering plan review thing, and that's been going on for a long time. That's been problematic. It's been that way for years, and internal people complain about it all the time. I know certain people don't. but they
Not
do
the person, the process.
Yeah, not the person. No, absolutely not the person, just
Mayor,
the
For
process.
anybody that's listening to this, may I just ask a quick question,
Sure.
City Manager? Do we have the program in place quite soon for this area? We're waiting for some software and.
Oh, the ERP, yeah, Energov. Yeah, we actually did the second round of training to bring everybody up to speed. And we had the pedal to the metal, and then we had the cyber attack. We're waiting to move into new City Hall and then re-engage on Energov.
And then we're
Yes.
going to be pressing forward with
Oh,
that. Thank you.
very much so,
That's-
yes.
That's what I wanted them to hear.
Okay, thank
And
you.
we'll still have an ERP update in a work session at some point?
We will, yeah, and actually, we had it scheduled
Right, and it got,
during the cyber
Yeah,
attack.
right.
So we will, yes. I don't have it on the workshop schedule now, and thank you, we will schedule that.
well, thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
next section.
Next section would be Parks and Recreation. So some key findings throughout this department. Again, didn't reiterate everything in the report, but again, there's very high service levels in this department also. But some of the key areas, I tried to break it out by sort of functional area. In administration, really a retitling of a position from superintendent to something else to be more consistent interdepartmentally. I think you heard Dan talking about trying to bring that consistency across departments. In special events, I probably should have started with this at the beginning, but your focus on special events and the community impacts many of the
Multiple
departments we
departments,
looked at, and it's not a
Sure.
bad thing. But I'll be honest, special events get more attention than some of the core other functions. And,
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to highlight a couple of
We
those.
know.
The marina, I know there's a lot of history and a lot of reasons why the current structure is the way it is. We just wanted to bring forward long-term. It makes sense to get that back into Parks and Recreation at the appropriate time from the current structure. That, the current structure is a little atypical. We understand why, but just keep it on your horizon that at the appropriate time, it might be beneficial to make that change back. With the maintenance functions, so the last two have to do with the core functions of maintenance and recreation. In maintenance, we are recommending a different alternative supervisory structure. Given the increase in acreage that's being maintained, there's a need for some staffing modifications, specifically in the area of horticultural support. And there is one, and I don't want this to get lost because we didn't say it's a terrible thing, but we did talk about a shift in work. There's a lot of facilities maintenance work being done by Parks and Rec staff because the Public Services Facilities Group can't get to in the time that the Parks and Recs Department would like. So they're doing a lot of things that I would say are not core Parks and Rec duties. And those duties need to go back to Public Services Facilities, and they need to be staffed appropriately to meet that workload. That will ensure the park maintenance people are able to focus on their core duties of park maintenance and that are aligned with their skill sets. I'm not saying they're not doing a good job, but they're not hired and trained to be electricians, plumbers, concrete layers, those type of things. And they're doing a wide variety of things outside of, their typical job duties. And then in recreation, it's one of those areas where we do have a minor staffing recommendation, but it's one we want to highlight. That is really driven by the level of programming that you provide. So the recommendations specifically are retitling the Parks and Rec Administrative Superintendent, sorry, it says Supervisor, Superintendent to something else, Manager, Coordinator, something that aligns with other departments, probably a manager, administrative manager type position. In recreation, we have recommended a new full-time equivalent youth services coordinator, a special events coordinator, which is a reclassification from an existing position, and one full-time rec leader based upon our assessment of current programs and continued expectation of workload based upon existing programs, and some minor adjustments in the FTE equivalencies of the variable on-demand type of staff. On the maintenance side, we are recommending a park maintenance superintendent, and that is a new position. So it would put the structure in maintenance and recreation in the same format, and that's a more typical approach for that sort of structure. We've added one spray tech and 2 horticultural technicians. That's a new classification. One of those is from a reclassification of an existing maintenance worker position, and one would be a new addition to the budget. So where possible, in discussions with staff, we've tried to identify how to reallocate existing positions first before adding new positions. So reallocating either where there's some capacity or a higher need for that position before we added new ones. So let me stop there because that's the summary for Parks and Recreation. Again, this is one where we think this addresses the immediate needs. If you continue to add acreage or increase the infrastructure you're maintaining, further
Like the
develop
100
parks.
acres we just added.
Right. You have a lot of, you have a lot to be proud of with what you have. And I think these are relatively minor adjustments, I think, to get you to a more sustainable level there.
Okay. Commissioner Franny, any questions on this
Can you
department?
start with somebody else?
So I don't have any further questions on this. The only thing I would say is that obviously with these recommendations, there's a cost.
Yeah.
And, yeah, but we'll discuss that, I'm presuming.
Vice Mayor?
I just have something very minor as it relates to a question, and that is sort of directed at the Marina and Parks and Rec. Obviously, they're driven differently and they're funded differently. And of course, we have a charter that specified how that was set up. So is your comment based just on a general look at it, or did you discover something that was specific that Just a general.
General look, so one of the things they asked us to look at is all of the functions that are being performed by the different departments, and are they appropriately aligned? Should they be provided there? Could they be provided somewhere else? So that's where we said, look, there's this workload associated with facility maintenance that's being done there. We understand why it's being done there. It doesn't belong there. It should go back to Public Works, Public Services. And then
He's only referring to the
Right.
marina.
And then the same thing on the marina is it still shows up in the budget book under Parks and Recreation, but we know functionally reporting up through the city manager's office. And we got the background and the history, but in looking at some other areas and other organizational structures, it feels like it better belongs as part of that function, even if the funding's different, that's the right place for it structurally to be.
It just felt that way to you. There was no, you didn't have any.
Well, there's no industry standard on that. I mean, but looking at other entities and how they would structure a marina operation if they had it, looking at, the similarity to the type of work being provided and transferability of skills and responsibilities, that we think it would have a better home there. It's not a right or wrong. We're not saying that the way it's being done is, it's not working, it's not being done correctly. It's just, that's one where we said, hey, longer term, we think that makes some sense to consider that in the future to put it back
So
there.
there are no efficiencies or anything that we're looking at?
No, we didn't change the staffing allocation. I think it's more just a
Thank you.
academic exercise on that one.
Okay. Commissioner Gao?
Yes, ma'am, thank you. With the recommended changes to the one superintendent, and then now with park maintenance, the addition of a superintendent and some of the other job titles you're using, I just want to make sure, given the presentation we just heard, that those titles that you're using fit in to the process that's being recommended to us.
Yeah, we
in the
did
structure.
talk and coordinate. That's why we didn't have a specific recommendation. I mean, so the superintendent is an existing position in recreation. We're saying a comparable one for park maintenance. And they're aware of that. For the one in administration, our thought was, I mean, the structure we're seeing typically in a Parks and Recreation function, you wouldn't have one administration unless it was a much larger organization, much larger community, a lot larger number of staff under that. So we're saying it makes sense to retitle that, and on that one, we say whatever title is appropriate for similar positions in other departments doing those duties, that's appropriate. It doesn't change the duties the person's performing, it doesn't change the pay rate even. That's all part of the classification study. But we're just saying, typically you wouldn't call it a superintendent with that limited number of positions reporting to it and those type of duties, but it did make more sense on the maintenance side.
Thank you.
May I add just one? Did you look at our golf course and consider?
Yeah, I didn't play because I don't play golf, so, that's why I do Parks and Rec studies, because I don't play golf, so people send me wherever they have good stuff. I mean, we talked with the department about, the changes that have taken place and what's going to be coming on board for them, so we are aware of that, yes.
But you're just aware of it? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we factored it into the overall staffing considerations and how that's a workload that will be coming on board, yes.
And speaking of which, I mean, how is that going to be reported?
Reported in terms of
The golf course?
well, I mean, we already have the enterprise fund set up in the budget. We are, in fact, we had just had a meeting yesterday with the board. We are looking at the
Well,
positions.
those positions are already considered and weren't a part of this.
Correct.
Gotcha, sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
Thank you. He didn't look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, can I go now?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
Go.
that's okay. Well, more of a comment, I guess, to you and Dan both. Recreation, I've been around long enough that they were the stepchild of,
Always.
pay plans and, and organizational reviews, but, I think and I hope you factored in the fact that they're different here, it's a higher level, and even though they're not, considered the critical services of water and wastewater, they're so much about our quality of life, and Parks and Rec is just such an important piece of that. So appreciate the time you spent on it. I did have one question, and I'll apologize to Vince for asking it. So in your recommendation about another superintendent, I don't know how much history you were told, because at one time, there was a recreation director and a parks director. And it ultimately kind of worked itself around to be a public Parks and Rec admin superintendent and a Parks and Rec recreation superintendent. So somebody over recreation and somebody who's an admin type. So as I like to say, sometimes I think that organizational changes kind of got themselves into a corner, kind of did it to themselves, so to speak. So did you look at that factor, that extra superintendent, as being a factor of what their workload is? And should that just kind of be reformatted back to a change to a park superintendent, so that we go back to the prior structure, so we're just not adding a position?
I think there's a need for an additional position. That's why I recommended it that way. I think the duties that the current administrative superintendent are performing are important and critical to the department. I just think it doesn't make sense to call it that. So you can call it whatever you want. You're not going to offend me. It doesn't impact anything. But for the maintenance side, I do think there's a need for a higher level skill set and an additional position. If we were to reclassify one of the supervisor or the coordinator or a maintenance order up to that, which would be cheaper, you're going to be pulling critical resources from lower that are needed to maintain to do the work. So I think it's definitely, from our perspective, an add. You could phase it in differently, but I think ideally, if you can do it, I think that's the best approach.
Thank you.
And in your look at organizational review with those three superintendents, okay? You're not suggesting, at this point, an assistant director?
We did not, no.
Okay. Because every department tends to have an assistant director.
Right. But I think with those higher level positions, we feel
covers
like,
it.
we felt it covered it. And I mean, when we looked at some other organizations of comparable size, it wasn't as prevalent if you had these number of superintendents or higher level positions. If you continue to grow and continue to expand, yeah, at some point. We did look around. You could create an assistant director and do something different with with the administrative position or one of the other positions. But I think this was the cleanest way, from our perspective, to address the need most effectively.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, next group.
All right, Public Works. So there's a lot of different functions here. And let me just start by saying this, in some ways, this was the most difficult department because of some missing data and lack of data or reliability of the data. It's nothing that they're not aware of and trying to resolve. There is a need to have a greater focus on preventive maintenance, whether it's fleet maintenance, street maintenance, facility maintenance, whatever type of infrastructure maintenance you're doing, it needs to be defined and proactive. It can't be reactive. And I think that's a real problem. So other than staffing, there is a recommendation in here for implementing over time a true asset management program and/or a maintenance management program that allows you to track work orders, ensure that the preventive maintenance is being done appropriately, and that they're not being pulled off to do other important things, but not as critical as this. So this is one area where sometimes special events gets priority over scheduled work activities, because the event's happening this weekend, we've got to get it done, we need to make sure it goes well. So we push off the preventive maintenance. The problem is you're pushing it too far, and you're not getting to where you need to be. You're in a fortunate position with a new city hall opening. You get to start from scratch there. You need to maintain that appropriately moving forward to maximize the useful life and reduce the cost. So this one is really important, that data need be addressed through an asset management program. And when we looked at talking about the work that Parks is doing on the facility side, as well as the preventive maintenance that's not being done, we have some recommendations to increase staffing for facility maintenance, get more proactive on that. We've recommended organizationally bringing stormwater out as a separate unit and eventually having a crew dedicated to that. Making some minor adjustments in fleet, one being an operational approach where no solid waste vehicles are always repaired on Wednesday, so your solid waste trucks can't pick up on Wednesdays. It's just It's an effective way for fleet, it's not an effective way for solid waste delivery, because you're limiting the service approach and schedules you can use. And we understand that sustainability is organizationally likely to be moving within the organization. So on staffing, we have added a new position to administration called a business analyst, and it would be our suggestion that this is an individual to help develop further processes, documentation, work on implementing the asset management program, and with what data is developed and what data is available, analyzing that to do some ongoing adjustments as you move forward. I think when you fully implement the asset management program, I think you're going to find that you have additional staffing issues that haven't been addressed here in the future. We have added one maintenance worker, to the streets allocation to increase more proactive infrastructure maintenance. We've suggested reclassifying one stormwater position to a manager level to oversee that unit. And in the report, you'll see, we say right now, the maintenance workers are cross-utilized for a variety of functions, that as you can identify and separate them out, that there's a dedicated crew to the stormwater. Facilities within Public Works has the most increases in staff. There are 4 positions, a craft worker 1, 2 craft worker 2s, and a craft worker 3 HVAC. So 4 dedicated positions that we think are needed to do the level of maintenance, preventive, reactive, that are needed, and offset, the time that's being pulled away for special events and other things. So this is probably the harder one to address immediately, because 4 positions adds up really quickly. We understand that. But it's also a fairly critical thing for cost effectiveness in the long term. Every year you delay capital investment, whether it's your streets, your buildings, or your fleet, there is a cost in the future. It's not always easily quantifiable, but it's definitely there. And I think of all the areas we heard, and maybe I should have started with this, all the staff within these divisions have the same sort of high-level focus on customer service, the commitment to doing a good job for the city as in the other divisions. I think they're more hamstrung by the current approach. The policies and procedures to allow for consistent service delivery are not there. There's been a lot of turnover in some key positions, so there's no consistent messaging or stability in some areas. And the data is just not there to help them make the best decisions about where to spend their time. So this is one where there will be a cost to put a software system in place of some sort, whether it's through your new ERP or a dedicated approach. That's probably as important as any staffing adjustments also, but it's going to take longer to implement that. The benefit might be it's a one-time expense versus an ongoing expense. But it's really going to give them the information they need to make better staff deployment issues as they move forward. So that's a quick summary for Public Works.
Okay. Questions? Start with you, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Did you see an opportunity for any one of these additions that we would have any sort of way of contracting that work out? In your opinion, because I'm asking you that question because obviously you did the study, you're experienced at this across the board, and you've seen many other organizations. So I assume you're using your experience as you're looking at this to see how you would best plan this out.
So we did recommend for the facility side for FTE equivalents internally. There are functions like that you can contract out, but I'll tell you, for example, specifically on the HVAC one, we've not seen that be successful recently with most organizations. Typically, it's ended up being more costly because of the rates they're charging to get an appropriate level of service. And obviously, HVAC is sort of important in Florida, where if the air conditioning out at a critical facility, City Hall, a community center, or whatever, you can't function as well for the public. So typically, it's not been cost effective to do that. So we figured the best approach there is if you can hire someone to bring them in. I should mention, while we've recommended some additional positions here, the first priority needs to be on filling all the vacancies that exist in some areas. And it's really hard and challenging, and we talked with staff about some of these areas. It's hard to recommend new positions when you have several vacancies, but the issue is the work is there. Hopefully, the class and comp study will get you to the point where you're more competitive, so you can fill those vacancies. But even if they were filled, our best estimate is these are the additional ones needed. So I just wanted to make that really clear.
Can I interrupt you just for a
Sure.
second? Jennifer or staff, would you mind just giving us a quick references to filling those positions? How many I have no idea how many positions are open.
Yeah, public services is 7 in the streets and stormwater, and I believe it's 4 over on the facilities side.
Thank you, thank you.
Which is a significant percentage of the
Yes.
positions. So
Those are the openings?
Yes.
Gotcha.
they are struggling, and those who are there are doing their best. They can't do it. And so even if they were all filled, we still think you're lacking. But I just want to put it in terms of priorities. You have enough to fill now that you probably don't need to say tomorrow we need to authorize 4 more. But
So Jeff and I could try to go out and help them, but they probably wouldn't want to.
right, but so you have a little bit more time, I think, here to think about how to phase it in, how to address it. But because you have so many to fill, you can only onboard, train so many people at once.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
From an organizational standpoint, I got it. So I'm gonna be done with my questions because we really need to get those things filled as fast as possible, obviously. And that this other part will help us do that, I think. And then we have to look at this, as opposed to normally I would look at this first.
Right.
Commissioner Cow?
No questions, no.
I have 2 questions. The business analyst position, so you're saying Public Works admin, that's where it would be housed?
That's where I would put it. So it's a reporting to the director and assisting them in documenting policies and procedures, changing them as things come in, focusing on implementation of that technology. That's where I would put them, yes. And they can support all the divisions. And the position will change over time. First, it's going to be developing and implementing. Over time, once those things are done, it's going to be more maintaining and analyzing. Because of the variety of functions here, you're always needing to do data analytics, and there's just nobody there to do it other than the director. So there's a real need for some support there.
Is there any crossover that position would also be helpful, like for, Parks and Recreation or some of the, since there's crossover functions?
It could be done in Parks and Recreation, it could be done in Utilities and Engineering. I think the reason we focused on it here is there is the greatest need here. I think there's just, the need is so much larger for this department than for the other 2.
And I guess what I was thinking, should it be housed in some more centralized area so it actually helps all the divisions?
Well, I think that would be too much. I think focusing just on the public works functions is probably a full-time job. The same approach could be used. There are entities that have, they usually call them now innovation teams, and they're housed sometimes in the city manager's office, and there's several people, and they do projects for all departments. I
Right.
mean, that would be ideal, but we didn't look at the city manager's office, so I'm not recommending something on something I haven't looked at. But I think this is a way to phase into that, and given our awareness of what you had for other fiscal constraints, knowing you have to implement a paying class study, we're throwing some numbers at you. This seemed to be the most effective way to start down that road of using data analytics and using the right type of support to implement those procedures that are needed in the software technologies.
And my other thing is just a comment. I do worry about our facilities, and I worry about the proactivity that's happening and having the right amount of staff. We've got some amazing facilities, but they'll decline quickly if they're not taken care of. And obviously, with the vacancies, that goes back to, the 4% was put into the budget to deal with our market problems, and obviously, we've got some significant ones that we need to solve quickly. Because again, part of what I heard on that call yesterday from employees was they get it. Like, we don't have our team and we're drowning. So I appreciate the comment.
Yeah, and it's hard to work in an environment where you don't feel like you're able to fully contribute or make progress. I mean, that's tough. It's demoralizing, yeah.
Thank you.
So I greatly appreciate your comment with regards to preventative maintenance. And assuming that in Public Works, our preventative maintenance system is standardized across all the different pieces of equipment and various divisions, departments. Did you look at any possible efficiencies that might be gained as a result of cross-training to make sure that preventive maintenance is getting done and we have some flexibility in the workforce to accomplish that?
We sort of started down that road and got to the point where the available data is just so, I want to say there is some data, but it either isn't complete or not 100% reliable, that we wanted to be careful not to go too far. I think, so we tried to focus on those areas where we could identify, I think, an immediate need for that support. I think there are opportunities longer term to look at more cross-training, but if you're appropriately staffed, and in most of these areas, you want to have people who can specialize a little bit in certain facilities work. Even in some of the infrastructure, which is why we recommended a stormwater crew dedicated versus a street. You can still share those resources for emerging needs or priority needs, but if you have specifically trained them and developed them to focus on a specific area, they're usually more efficient and effective, and you can accomplish more with less. So where it's appropriate, we think we've identified areas to specialize, but you can still cross-utilize them some.
Thank you.
Sure.
I don't really have any questions, as much as I think we've had a problem in these areas for a very long time. Our special events just really kill people. And while they make decent money overtime, they can't do their own jobs. And it's been an ongoing situation. Hell, we even stopped adding events because we couldn't offer the support. And we actually charge people to do things that we never charged them before because we couldn't provide the support and needed to have that money. So, and alternatively, we added 100 and some acres, on top of, whatever we do over at Sterling,
Right.
which was being managed by an outside consultant, so you add that acreage in, the whole thing. I mean, and again, this goes right back to our recession and our changes and how we changed our structure or stopped doing certain things. So yeah, I am very concerned about our preventive maintenance and
And I think you've been a victim of your own success in many
Yes.
ways. I mean, and the staff's willingness to do whatever it takes to, get this stuff down. I have the easy job to bring it up and hold the mirror up and say, look, this has been great for the identity of Dunedin, but you're not doing yourself a long-term favor. And if you don't want to start seeing some of those service levels drop to a level where you're not going to be happy, there's going to need to be some adjustments made. Or we stop doing certain things, as you said.
right. Okay.
All right, then. So the last area is utilities and engineering. There's a couple similar things from the public works arena in terms of inconsistent tracking of hours and some maintenance requests, but not as significant as on the public works side. In water, I think the staff scheduling model they use is contributing to some extent with some of the issues they're having, but it's more of a staffing issue, and we do talk about it. They use a different staffing schedule than, for example, on the wastewater side. Utility billing, the staffing allocation is high in comparison to peer entities and the in-house work developed. We did not, I'm just going to highlight that we did not recommend a specific reduction at this point, but it is something that as you further automate or implement new systems like the new ERP, if you make some modifications there, this may be one area to look at in the future because there's a lot of the billing functions that are contracted out and some of the payment processing, but we weren't comfortable enough to say reduce the staffing and not feel like we were going to put you in a position of potential jeopardy. So it's something we just want to put on your horizon. We talked about the engineering plans review, so I won't spend a lot of time on that again. The key recommendations for staffing changes are adding a water plant operator and 2 water plant maintenance mechanic positions. So it's a net 3 for water production and a reclassification of 1 engineering position. For the plans reviewer, got ahead of myself. So very minor recommendations there. I mean, the workload is heavy. There are some vacancies that are obviously impacting it right now, but I felt like overall the staffing was much more in line with work than in some of the other areas, as you'll see from the number of recommendations made.
Okay. Any questions on this area?
No.
Yeah. Any questions on this particular area?
If you don't mind, if I may ask that same question for, he's suggesting a recommendation to you, perhaps looking at adding some folks in some specific areas. How many open positions do we have in, for example, water?
At the water plant, I believe now it's 3. And I think it's on the water plant and then 1 or 2 on the water distribution side.
Okay. That's significant.
Yeah, and then engineering, we're going to be down 2, right? 3.
So, once we add these, this is going to add to the productivity, or?
It's going to address, we think it will address the staffing and scheduling issues in the water plant, as well as the maintenance activities that are needed. So,
Because we're probably a little bit short on that right
Yeah.
now. That's our own thing.
That's right.
We're trying to influence and affect, so we could look very seriously at that once we,
but you need to fill again,
but in your opinion, based on what you know about a water plant?
you need these additional staff.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Gao?
I guess I didn't really know where to ask this question because I didn't know where it would fit, but in your dealings with other companies and everything, as cities and everybody is dealing with climate change, sea level rise, transition to alternative forms of fuel, solar, electric vehicles and things, what are other cities doing with that? Are we at a point where we might need to hire technical staff to understand our power grid, to help us out with sea level rise, climate change, things of that nature?
Yeah, so I'll share some general thoughts because we didn't really look at that. I think right now, when we were looking at these departments, the need to address some fundamental issues of effective maintenance and current workload service levels didn't really give a lot of capacity for new additions. What communities who do want to look at that long-term climate impact or sustainability, there are a lot of great models in California that you can look at. I'm familiar with many of them. But most places are starting sort of with electric vehicles. So they're looking at first right-sizing their fleet to make sure they have the right type of vehicles assigned for the right type of functions. So there's a tendency in the fleet for people to want to have bigger vehicles than they need to perform their job. They want an SUV, they want the 250. They don't really need it for the job, but they need it because they like it. So making sure first that you're using the right vehicle for the right type of work, and then looking at alternative fuels. Can we implement electric vehicles?
We're doing that.
And there's a lot of emerging technology in the vehicle industry that are allowing a lot more of that to be implemented, but it does take some planning. The other pieces of the climate change component or sea level rises, we didn't really look at that at all. But I would say fleet is an easy one if you want to have a more immediate impact, because you can right-size the fleet, right-fuel the fleet, and look at moving to electric vehicles that can have a noticeable impact. But again, you have infrastructure you need to put in place, because if you have field personnel, they need to be able to get out, to the work throughout the city. They need to be able to recharge as needed, and that's where we're seeing people to sort of make those first steps as an easy step forward. But there's a lot that you could do there, and I could share some information with you from some other communities we're aware of that have taken a little bit more holistic approach,
I know, I'm interested in that. I don't know whether the rest of the commission is, so whether provide it to all of us or just me.
Yeah, I can send it to staff, and they can distribute it however you want to do that.
Thank you.
So, kind of along those lines, I mean, we've talked about over time adding solar to some of our already existing buildings that can physically support it. But think about that. You need people to be able to maintain it. You need people, to understand what it's doing and see where there are problems. So if you can't fill your facilities staff, I mean, because it's all relative. It really is all relative. And here we are. I mean, we have the new city hall, which is taking the place of square footage that we already had, right? But it is bigger. It's going to take the place of this square footage, but it's still bigger than both, I think. I don't think it was equal because we were combining even additional people.
It's actually 5 different buildings we're putting in City Hall.
Right, but I'm saying the square footage is what I'm saying of what we originally had before we started moving around. So again, you need facilities staff to be able to cover it.
Yes.
Just like when we did the new community center.
Mayor, may I jump in with a question about that?
Yeah, hang on one second. Just
Right
like,
on the same lines.
just like in the community center, when that got built in 07, 06, 07, nobody had allotted, we did, but they hadn't added, okay, there is a cost, even though we're replacing a completely defunct building that was sucking energy, and there's still a cost there. So you have to look at all of those things. Yes, Vice Mayor.
Along those same lines, then, Jennifer, if you wish, or pass it along. We have solar on the new city hall.
We do.
Do we have a contract for the maintenance of that with the party that put that up there, and for a period of time, I would guess, or for a long period of time?
The building itself is under warranty. And so, yeah, with the solar or the building, anything that is malfunctioning or moving forward needs to be addressed would be under warranty.
But eventually,
Eventually, yeah.
Yes.
everything, warranty runs out, and you would hopefully, I think to your point, when you hire a facilities guy, if they have some experience in maintaining solar, well, then you don't have to contract it out. I think that's what you were trying to say.
Well, I
skill
was
set.
trying to cover all the bases,
He's
as long
gonna
as
be
if we're gonna look at solar, it's a matter of, are we getting the right amount of solar? Are there, do we have the expertise? Do we need to add people to staff who can take us into the next century and what we're trying to do?
So, Commissioner, just to address that question directly, you actually budgeted $100,000 for a facilities survey in regards to solar and in regards to sustainability practices, and we can, when we scope that out, we can ensure that we identify what we'll need in the future to address that. But we don't know that, we don't have that information yet. Natalie's working on it now.
Jorge, can you respond to my question about the
Yes.
solar on that building?
Yes, good morning. Jorge Quintas, Deputy City Manager. Yes, Vice Mayor, to your question, as the city manager indicated, the building has warranties associated with each aspect of it. And so the solar comes with a warranty associated with those panels. But to your point, eventually, we will either have to most likely contract out the periodic maintenance and repair or replacement of those panels as they fail over time. But they have a pretty good warranty associated with them.
Do you recall what that warranty is?
I want to say it's somewhere in the neighborhood of about 20 years, but I'd have to go back and check. So there's the panels that are on the recessed portion of the roof, and then the others that are on the curved portion.
I just want to make everybody aware of the fact that you guys had taken, or you've got that in that.
No, I get it. I was just feeding off
good.
of his question about when we have people, are we considering sustainability? I'm thinking there's going to be maintenance to this stuff eventually, and so having people,
Yes.
And if I could elaborate on Commissioner Gau's question, kind of adding to Alan's comments is, right now, we've got to fill the current vacancies, and we're hemorrhaging in engineering. We're losing people left and right to the private sector, to other agencies. So first, we've got to be able to fill those positions, and hopefully the salary study will make us competitive in that regard. We're not right now. And then that extrapolates into the rest of utilities, water, wastewater, and public works, as we discussed earlier. So yes, we would like to have that expertise in the future. Right now, we can't fill the basic positions we have right now.
yeah, I have no questions on the, oh, did I go to your way yet? on this? I don't remember.
No, I mean, I didn't have any others.
I think I did. Now I remember you shaking
Yeah.
your head at me. Okay. So, so in all total, and this doesn't include, you know, do this one for this one, the swap outs. In all total, we have about 15 position recommendations,
That's right. So.
plus variable on-demand stuff.
Yeah,
Which
so-
I'm not counting in the total.
So 1.5 positions roughly in community development, 5 new positions in Parks and Rec, several reclassifications, 6 new positions in Public Works, and 4 new positions in Utilities and Engineering.
Okay. So Jennifer, Teresa, you are going to provide this during the budget process, you said. But I think that is a whole discussion on its own.
Absolutely.
I don't want it to get lost in the budget process, because the budget process is long and arduous, and there's a lot of big decisions that need to be made, and I would hope that this would be maybe even a separate meeting that has a lot of focus on what, why, and how, because
Yeah.
you're going to look at all these recommendations.
Right. And Mayor, when we say during the budget process, we just mean during that time frame. We don't
I'm talking
mean
about
we'll just
between now and July.
slip it in.
or
We'll
August.
just
And I don't
slip
want to
it
wait
in.
till August,
Right. Yes.
Yes.
you know, because you're going to have to look at it again by your open positions. Well, first funding source, by your open position, and you may be looking at things over a 1, 2, or 3 year plan, depending on, you know, it's more than just, okay, we're going to add 15 positions.
That's correct.
Okay. And I think, you know, examining the funding sources, assuming, I mean, I'm somewhat convinced that there are some funding sources out there that are available, but you'll look into all of that.
Yes.
Okay. I think that's it for this piece of it, right?
That is correct.
Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Very good
Mayor,
work.
Commissioners.
Appreciate that. And I just want to check in with my colleagues because we're already 5 minutes over. Is everybody okay with their time?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
I have a board meeting at 1 o'clock.
okay. So, do you want to, we usually take a break every hour and a half. Do you want to just keep pushing through? Or do you want to take a little
5-minute
5-minute break?
5 minutes.
Make it quick?
5 minutes.
I'm
Okay.
taking a 5-minute break. You guys can continue.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Yeah, no. Okay, because we want to have the dialogue with, we want to give them the respect they deserve and the time they need.
Should we recess?
right, now we're back for the final piece of this, which is the staff recommendations. Teresa?
Hello again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commission. Teresa Smalling, Director of HR and Risk Management. For variety, I decided to switch sides.
We don't have this PowerPoint.
No, you do not, and it
So
will
you
be
upload this
part
one as
of the, it is basically the staffing in PowerPoint.
Okay, yeah, but I mean,
I got you.
when I look at that to understand how to run the meeting,
Sorry about that.
that's okay.
Okay. Before I get started, I just wanted to take the time before I forget to acknowledge the work of staff that has put countless hours into this, specifically HR Risk Manager Terry Kearns, who has worked with all our department heads, with Bolton and Matrix, to make sure that the information that you saw today is as accurate as we can get it. And also our department heads and our division directors who have sat with us, some of our superintendents who have sat with us to go over this information, and especially the information in the organizational review report. So as Dan mentioned, we do have some next steps that we need to go through. Making sure we do agree with the recommendations of the new pay plan. And so we want to go ahead and make sure that, the organization as a whole understands what this new structure will look like and how it applies to our current positions. And then to actually adopt the classification and grade jobs. And as you know, usually we do that in the budget process as effective of October 1st of the new fiscal year. We will continue to revise our pay policies, as Dan made mention, to make sure that they support best practices and that they are relevant to what we're trying to accomplish. And then the job description process, that's also going to be a learning curve, and institute in the new format and assist in our department directors in adhering to the new guidelines. And finally, the job evaluation system and the job grading, those are what we talked about where the consultant brought recommendations, but we want to look at it again with our department directors and our division directors and make sure that, we have accounted for all of our current positions and any new ones that are in the pipeline. So one of the things that wasn't brought out, but it is in the new grade structure, is that the new hourly minimum wage is recommended to be $15. There is a state mandate that the minimum wage should be $15 as of 2026. However, a lot of our neighboring cities have already adopted the $15, so that's something we will be looking at in the near future. The established financial boundaries, as you heard today, there are some asks over and above what was originally budgeted for, including the new position. So we will be discussing that and prioritizing and proposing, if of those new positions, what should come this fiscal year, what going forward, how we put them into the budget process. And of course, as usual, we will continue to communicate what we're doing with the employees. In the interim, because we know, just from going over the new structure with our department directors, it's a lot of information. Terry and I met individually with each of you, and we could tell that it's a whole new concept. It's what I call a paradigm shift. So, in order for us to ensure that at the top level we understand it, and then be able to look at the recommendations and understand what the recommendations are, we want to give an intermediate step of a 3% adjustment to the salaries of our non-probationary, non-union general employees. As you remember, 4% was budgeted for this process. It is already baked into the FY23 budget. So with the 3%, only requesting 3%, we'd have the 1% set aside. Depending on when we want to roll out the $15 minimum wage, that's sort of what the 1% is there for, as well as any other wage cures that we may need to do over the long run or over this coming year. So pretty much the 3% adjustment would be retroactive to October 1st, 2022. Employees that were here as of October 1, 2022 would be eligible to receive it. Non-probationary. And then the salary rates would be increased as of March 1st, 2023 with the 3% adjustment. So there would be a lump sum over to cover the first 5 months of the period, the fiscal year. Probationary employees are hired on or before October 1st. So any probationary employee that's hired before October 1st, 2022 is eligible to receive the current, whatever is the current pay increase that's in force. So if they were hired before October 1st, 2022, they would be eligible for that 4% COLA once they pass their probationary period. And then there is consensus that the variable on-demand employees should receive a 3% adjustment. The salaries of variable on-demand employees are not automatically adjusted every year. They're usually reviewed from time to time, and we want to take steps to make it an annual review because of the fact that there is a lot of there has been hiring and retention challenges with our variable on-demand employees. And just for the benefit of the commission, our variable on-demand employees are recreation leaders that handle the camps throughout the year and help out with some of the events that the recreation staff coordinates, as well as the lifeguards at the pool and some of our park attendants. So it is a decent amount of our workforce.
And before and after school care too, right?
Yes, the camps included in before and after school care.
Okay.
So we'll try to be brief and brilliant, and now ready to take any questions you may have.
Okay. Vice Mayor?
Sort of not important, but important for the concept. Are folks that are waiting for their 1-year probation or whatever that probationary period is, if they were prior to this, they go back. Do they go back to the beginning of the year themselves, or do they go to whatever their probationary period is over?
So if I understand correctly, so their probationary period starts on their hire date, and then they're evaluated 1 year from their hire date. From then on, they would be similar to the regular employees that are rated based on June 1st through May 31st. So that first year, they would get their increase based on their hire date. They get a prorated amount to get them to the October 1st date, and then they're evaluated from June 1st through May 31st.
I guess I'm just trying to say to make it smooth and make it easy, because those are the very people that certainly we also want to keep and are
Yes.
also are probably looking to say, what are we doing here? So I would think that would be important. I appreciate your recommendation, because right now you're simply saying, look, let's just take care of the things that we know we need to take care of, and you need to look further at some of these other recommendations just to see how you really feel about them. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct,
Thank you.
Vice Mayor. Thank you.
And I think, if I may, Vice Mayor, I think that fundamentally, though, what we're recommending is that we adopt the recommendations as proposed by Bolton to adjust to the market moving forward. And I think that's important to state that too today, that I believe it's a very sound report. I believe that addresses some of our issues. But, as Teresa said, we need more time to
She's gonna look
implement
at
it.
She wants
To implement it,
still look at
right.
it, but they're-
Yeah.
you're pretty pleased with
Yes.
the recommendation.
Right.
Thank you.
And also keep in mind that at 3% adjustment, any additional adjustments that we would need would be net of that 3%. So if we found that we needed an additional, overall, we needed, say, the 6%, then it would actually be 3 once we've applied that 3%, just to keep it simple.
Commissioner Dow?
No real comments or questions.
Yeah, I have a few. So the raise would be based on the current pay range? The 3% that would be go to employees would be based on the current pay range?
On salary. Oh, and current, yes.
Right.
In terms of,
Well, so what would happen if somebody's at max under the current pay ranges?
so what we're proposing is we give 3%, not considering the current range, because we know that it's changing. So somebody who's at their max now could get a 3% bump, because a lot of our employees have been at max for a multitude of years.
But a 3% on what?
3% on their current
Pay.
pay.
Gotcha.
And if they're at max, they'll be allowed to go over the max for the current pay range.
Correct. And then once we slot everyone into the new pay range, if they're at max, then they would go back to getting the lump sum for the merit increase and any other increases,
If that's what you recommend.
if that's what we recommend.
And then are you foreseeing the new pay ranges being approved in October 1?
Yes, we like the structure. So we do recommend that we adopt the structure. The work that we need to do is to ensure that our positions are placed in the structure appropriately.
Okay, well, okay, I'm just going to make some overall comments. I mean, this is what did you call it, a sea change, a shift?
Paradigm shift.
Right. I mean, when I met with you and Terry, which Terry's been amazing, which was maybe a week and a half ago, and then I think things shifted because we were on track to kind of just doing the plan and figuring it out and following the market, and of course then it shifted to this new give 3%. So what I'm struggling with, okay, well, let me say, I mean, the employees are our backbone, and I'm a longtime advocate for us to pay fair and equitable wages to our amazing backbone employees, which is 60% of our budget, but we can't have the best of everything and not treat our employees well. So I'll start with that. And Dan, I felt great about your presentation and the backbone there. Appreciated, Alan, your presentation. So the foundation seems good here. My concern is, my number one goal is to fix the recruitment and retention issues while also paying fair and equitable pay to our employees. I mean, the 4% was put in the budget to do a market study, to fix market problems. Now we're doing a general wage increase of 3%, which is 75% of the budget that we allocated for this. So my concern is, how does this fix the problem?
So I think the goals of this process were multifold, if you will. Yes, we wanted to make sure that we were competitive in the market, but we also wanted to make sure that we're able to retain the employees that we have now. As Jorge mentioned, we are losing employees to the market. So one of the reasons why we're not just going ahead and adopting everything now is we met with our core group, which is the department heads of the departments in the organizational review, Jennifer, HR. We started going over the recommendations, and it was really challenging for those department heads to get a grasp of the structure as well as how their employees fit into the structure. We also opened it up to all the rest of the department directors, and we just kept getting the feeling that people weren't 100% comfortable with all of the recommendations. So in thinking about what we do, either we could just say, hey, we're not going to do anything right now. We're just going to go ahead and wait till we can understand everything, with, what's been happening among our employees, the general feeling of, is anything really going to happen? Are they going to basically blink again, because they remember 2015 when we had the study and we brought forth options and it was basically, we can't do this, so let's try to, figure something else out. So I think with all of those things in mind, we just didn't want to not do something. So that was sort of a consensus direction to say, we have 4% budgeted. We feel comfortable that if we give 3%, either way, we're still going to need money because the recommendations came back at 6.4%. So we at least give the 3 now, and then, we go through the merit increase, and then we see what other adjustments need to be made.
But
And we
again,
believe.
my question is, if, let's just say that we're somewhere between 4 and 6% to actually really fix our market issues, which is why we're doing this, are we shooting ourselves in the foot by not taking the next month or two and finishing the study so we're sure that we're targeting the money? Because if we're not targeting the money and again, I heard it on the call with the employees. I mean, if you don't fix the problem, then we're going to still have the bloodletting in certain areas, because again, the ranges aren't going up in some areas that we know we already have trouble. And so we're going to have tired employees, and that's morale issues, et cetera. So does it make more sense to take the next month or two and figure this out so we're really putting our money in the way that it's efficient and effective and actually more fair to employees overall, certainly more fair to citizens as well, in terms of being able to get and retain the people that we want? I guess that's my question.
And it's a valid question. I think part of what we want to do is, one of the quick fixes is the $15. So that is something that we want to address. Well,
especially while you're hiring in March and April for the summer.
Right, exactly. So, that's part of the conversation that we've been having, because, this is not something that's set in stone. We've been fluid pretty much since we got the recommendations. And as I said, we want to fix the hiring issue, but we also want to, there is that feeling of based on what's happening out in the real world, are our employees able to, stay here at what we're paying them? So.
And I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I say to myself, is 3% going to really matter at the low end where we're way off? Even though it will make, employees that are here feel good, which I absolutely want to make people feel good, but will it be enough to solve the problem on the lower end where we're bleeding and actually stressing our employees out who are in those job groupings? That's my concern. I'm going to put Dan on the spot and just ask Dan, by giving a 3% general increase here in the way that it's being proposed, how much of that do you feel is helping to solve the problem?
I think you have to define the problem correctly as well. I think the way the system is, and this is true anywhere, department heads will get the job done regardless of the system they're working with. So they were working with a compensation system that really wasn't very effective. So there are a lot of things that they did to make that system work to the base level. So what we're presenting them is a whole kind of new system and approach. And I think some of them are, maybe it takes a little bit longer to grasp some of it. There's some looking at, well, is this sort of the right progression of jobs for that? Now have this sort of jump between grades. Do we need to move this person to a lower level or to a higher level to make sure it's really adhering to market? Which is a long way of saying it's hard to predict on a study like this definitively to say this person should go to this amount, because they're trying to implement what I perceive to be is really a lot of change.
You didn't
in
answer your question.
that scheme.
You're not answering her question.
Well, so to get there, to provide some sort of increase, as long as there's that commitment to reconcile and fix, to me, it's a very low risk to potentially pay some people above the max a little bit more temporarily to do this correctly, to make sure people are graded so that the department head's comfortable, so that we're able to factor in past experience correctly.
Let me ask you both a different way.
Sure.
If we give a general increase of 3, and let's just let's call it that. It's not market-based now. It's a general increase of 3.
Mm-hmm.
We have 1% left. Based on what I saw today, that isn't going to fix the problem. And I'm not sure 3% is if we already spend 3% of our money on a general increase. That's what I'm trying to understand. I just want us to kind of be...
The first blush figure we came through with was a little bit over 6%.
Right.
And that's with not everyone getting an increase.
And if we start out with a 3% general increase, how much is it probably going to be? 8%?
It's very difficult to tell, that specific figure, but it's not. I mean, there'll be some people, clearly who are at the max of their range who would get an increase, so it would lower. It's not, but there are the vast majority. It would be net the 3%, as Teresa mentioned.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I mean, you understand my concern.
Oh yeah,
that
absolutely.
We're not finishing we put 4% in the budget. Correct. To do a market-based study and respond to it in a market-based way, and to solve our problems, to fix our problems. And I think now, and I get it, and I know that I can see where the employees would be frustrated, but aren't we just kind of stopping short of finishing our job so that we're putting the money into really fixing our problem?
I don't think we're stopping short.
You're saying it's an interim, you're going to continue to do it and then offer it October 1st,
Mayor.
right?
But we're not raising ranges, and we're bleeding by not kind of maybe, 3 months from now is May. And by putting in our new ranges and having it all set up right, maybe, because
might
we're
get
trying
more
to
is
fix
what you're
the
saying.
problem, right? And we're going to get people, and then you get relief in the job teams, and potentially everybody will still do fine in terms of how they play out in their job. But we've really, we've fixed the problem. I mean, one of the questions that somebody asked yesterday in the employee base, and it was almost impressive, where some of them seem right on target with, can we afford to wait till October 1? This creates more work for those that are already underpaid. Sanitation, public services, I think I added
But
those.
that's why she's
yeah.
saying do the 3% now.
But it doesn't help on the recruitment, and that's where we're having part of our big problem.
Well,
That's my point, again.
If I can interject, though.
Yeah, please.
And I think that if we look at the decision-making process, which is what,
Right.
the Commissioner and I spoke about yesterday evening, in terms of the justification for the 3%. And there's several other factors involved here, too. One of the things that we committed to the employees was to do the class and comp study, and to put something before them that's logical, that can be financially supported, and that's equitable. And as Teresa said, there are 2 prongs on this. There's the retention issue, and then there's a targeting, stopping that, the number of folks that are leaving. And, one of the things I want to say is as we're sitting here and discussing all of this is that we're not in an urgent situation in any way, shape, or form. We're continuing to deliver the level of service to our customers, but the fact that the impact upon our employees is becoming more and more relevant.
See,
And so,
don't understate that.
no,
That they're
not at all.
making themselves ragged.
But we're still a very good place to work, and we pay our employees. So the question is, how much are we going to pay our employees? When we sat down and we really looked at some of those grades and where we're slotting people and those types of things, the department directors of the larger departments, and they're most impacted by this. The smaller departments are okay. I haven't heard from them. But the larger departments didn't feel that they weren't comfortable with it. And I even said to one of the directors, hey, look, once we get to a position where we're comfortable with what it is we're proposing, you need to get behind this. Never really got there in terms of where our employees are fitted into the pay plan. So what we want to do is actually individually, employee by employee, look at where they are, look at their job description, where we're going to slot them in, and sit down and talk to them about it. And I think that will go a long way in getting the employees to understand what it is we're trying to do, what direction that we're going in. There's a lot of talk about 6.2%, 6.7% or whatever. Where we end up funding this eventually is ultimately the call of the city commission. I was not planning on putting a 6.7% plan before you and saying fund all this, because we have lots of different things that we need to do currently within that pay plan. This is as Teresa had stated, an interim measure for us to put this new innovative reset of our pay plan in place. And I'm enthusiastic about it as far as how to approach as a market, and then work individually, have more time to slot the employees and explain to them how they're being slotted. And I do think that the $102,000 set aside, so some of our powder is still dry, that we can use to address some of those issues. It won't cover it all. It won't cover it all. But then there are other things as well that Teresa had spoken about a little bit about, that there are some policies that we need to change. There are some work hours that we need to change to be more responsive to the market. So essentially, I totally get it, Commissioner, what it is you're saying, and you're not wrong. You're really not wrong. And that was our goal when we first started. But as we started peeling back the onion, we realized that we just weren't there yet. And I think that next year is a year that we realize the full implementation of this plan. But I think that the 3% right now will get us there. Some of those folks that are capped out right now that we're adding 3%, they won't be next year, right? Because they're moving into a new class, right? Thank you. So we need to consider all of that. And this was really because when my department directors come to me and say, we have a pressure valve here, we need help, we need to show the employees a result, and then we can work on the rest. And that's really what we're trying to do. It does not address the market issue. It doesn't. And I think that we'll be able to do some work on the back end that will address that market issue and bring that back to you. So I really, we had a long conversation, the Commissioner and I, last night about, and it was a really good conversation. And given your expertise in this
Talking
field.
about you two or the whole commission?
No, just the Commissioner.
Okay, I was
Commissioner
just saying,
Frayne
I
and
was say, I didn't talk to you last night.
If I, and just,
You missed out.
Yeah, you did. It was a good
It
conversation.
would have been illegal if you were there. Sorry.
We hugged when we were done, but anyway.
yeah, just to caution the commission as well, we do studies like this obviously regularly. This isn't going to make candidates appear being competitive. It's not going to have people show up for interviews it'll help and it'll get there. Hopefully it'll help retention. But, if the city of Tampa decides they've got to have this person and they're going to pay them 25% more, it's going to happen on a person-by-person basis. And I wish I could predict when the market will get back a little bit more to normal. I kind of thought it would have by now with some of the layoffs and inflationary things, but there's just not enough candidates. Right. So being at market is going to be important. I'm not minimizing that, but it's not going to have the people just coming through the door to come work here.
Right.
Sure.
And thank you, Dan. There's one other thing I just wanted to say is that, as far as the decision-making process and the rationale for how we got here, is that when we had several meetings about this, maybe one every day for a couple hours, it seems like. But then the government indicator, I forget which one it is, which speaks about the average increase in salaries in government was 4.7% for, what is it? ECI, for that calendar year. So that's how we got to the 3% across the board in terms of, the average is 4.7 and we're below that. But that combined with their merit increases as well, which they got last October, we feel is going to keep those folks. And, some of them, if they're a stellar employee, they could realize up to 6.5% this year because they got their merit, last October. So that was a justification behind the 3%. Thank you, ma'am.
For the audience, can I ask, what did we not give an increase starting in 1 October, the new fiscal
Yes.
year?
So just keep in mind that when we give an increase on 1 October, it sort of goes backwards. Mm-hmm. So, for example, the 3.5 that's budgeted, the employees won't see that until this October. So So yes, to answer your question, yes, that's how it works. That's how it
What
works.
are you talking about?
Whenever the commission approves the merit increase, it's
Right,
for
which
the
starts
October
October
1st
2023.
of the new fiscal year. For example, so the 4%, that was COLA,
COLA.
right? That was a COLA. But the 3.5% merit increase. So we do evaluations.
You lost me. You have
Okay, so
lost me.
we do evaluations, this year will be June 1st, from June 1st, 2022 through May 31st, 2023. The increase will be given as of October 1st, 2023.
Yeah, you've lost me, but I don't want to take us down a rabbit hole.
Every October, our employees get an increase.
That's all I care about. So what is that number? That's what he's asking.
3.5, but it's not, we didn't get it last year, we got it, it's coming this year, the
Well, my point was
3.5.
that
We got
we-
4% COLA last
COLA.
year.
We got a
Yes,
COLA.
last year.
Okay. So I want to hop on what you were asking as well, because when I do look, and I'm not saying don't do the 3%, but when I look at that spreadsheet on page 8 that says of Dan's PowerPoint, it's saying that we have 75 employees on the high end, with 43 of those 75 more than competitive. So are we giving them the 3% too?
Yes.
But shouldn't we reassign that money to go, to give more to, I mean, I think that's what we're saying. I think that's where we're struggling.
Well, that
Because
is-
if I look at that and I say 75 employees are on the high end, I can only assume that high end is the upper level employees. Department heads, those kinds of things.
But, and just to point out that particular chart, that's on the current ranges, so. I
Yeah, but
think-
we're doing the 3% based on the current ranges, not on the new. So that's why we're asking this question.
Terry, you want? Please.
And the spreadsheet that you so kindly sent, Bolton Draft Implementation Employee Report, there were a number of people on that list that were huge differences.
Right, and so Terry Kearns, HR Risk Manager. So I've been working on this implementation worksheet and spreadsheet, and that was our initial implementation worksheet that we received from Bolton. That had some numbers that we were not entirely sure and comfortable with. Now, the initial data that we received, and I guess let me take a step back. The 43 or 40.
43 that are on the high end.
If we look at those 43 in comparison to those employees, the amount of employees that are getting the lump sum, so the ones that are at the cap of their current grade, they really are tenured employees. They're not necessarily overpaid employees, if that makes sense. So we have employees that have been in their position for 50 years, anywhere from a 30-year to a 50-year span. I will say even, I think, Mayor, you and I, when we spoke, you said to me, before the year 2000, there were merits and COLAs.
Yeah.
And they were up to 8 to 10%. So that could have contributed to an employee being in the surpass their grade currently. However, we're also fighting a different battle, right? It's retention. And how do you say to an employee, hey, you've been here for 30 years or 50 years, or you know what, we're going to give that 3% to all the other employees, but not to you. I think there's a sense of value that we'd be amiss if we don't give that 3% to our employees that have worked that hard too for us.
Yeah, and just to
Yeah, and I'm
piggy,
just looking at it as a number. I don't
Oh, I
see
know.
jobs
Right.
attached to it.
No, I know, and that's why I wanted to jump up and just kind of clarify to you who
Right.
I
we
see
may be looking
43
at.
people that are,
well, and just to piggyback on what Terry is saying, because there is a slide that I think we went over it when we met with you individually, but it wasn't in the slide deck. The majority of employees that are over the 100%, they've been here more than 11 years or more. So as Terry says, it's tenured employees, not necessarily highly paid employees that are over the 100%
And that's
COMPA.
answers my question. I'll go back to Commissioner Franny, because this was her
Yeah,
subject.
and it's a good conversation, I understand, because, I mean, we have great employees. I mean, and trust me, I mean, I used to work with some of the tenured employees. So it's very important that we value that. Again, let's go back to the fact that this money was put in the budget for a market-based study, however. And a market-based study is about fixing our ranges and then dealing with compression, which kind of means let's give credit to people for where they should fall in that range now that we've reset the ranges. So I think, again, that's what the market-based study does, and it tries to consider all those pieces in the market-based study. We're jumping out of the market-based study and doing a general pay increase.
Yeah, but it's
and my
not
only
perfect.
question really was, I'm just looking for a comfort zone that basically we're not doing this and then gonna basically need a whole nother new pot of money, unless that's what we want to do. I mean, again, I want to do what we can do for our employees, but I just want to make sure our eyes are wide open.
And I think I do think that we're definitely cognizant of that, right? That there's only X amount of dollars in the budget, and we're going to work within, we'll do our best to work within that budget. However, that's why we said, let's take a step back and let's look at those people. Let's look at those individuals and their grades. So if we end up adjusting some positions or classifications, it might end up decreasing our bottom line at the end of the day. So there might be room for that as well.
And I get it. Now I want to hear what Rob has to say, but I'll just say this. Look, I said from the beginning, I wanted the market study. I wanted it to be good. I think we got some good people doing it, and I will fight to the death to pay our employees the way they should be paid and the way they should be treated. This is stepping out of that, and I'm just trying to find that comfort zone, because my fear is at the end of the day, we'll still be looking at a big budget need, and I will still want to treat our employees fair and equitably in the marketplace. And that will put a stress on all of us up here in terms of the decisions we have to make, because we all suffer if we're not paying the market rate. Our citizens will suffer, and that's the most important thing. So on that note, I'll...
No, I want to clarify, though, how I understood it was the 3%. So we have a pot of money, whatever dollar amount that is. Doesn't matter, but whatever dollar amount. And what you're saying is you're going to give a certain piece of that dollar amount out because they've waited a while. And it gives everybody something. And then over the next couple of months, and I'm looking at you, Jennifer, you're going to go then slot and implement the system and see where everybody is at, and then go back and pay the people that are still not getting paid appropriately their money. That's what you're saying.
That's correct.
So it's still happening. You're just giving everybody something in between. What your concern is that we're giving some of that money away to people that maybe aren't supposed to have it.
Well,
And
I
that
don't
will
want them
end
to
up
have it.
costing us more.
In the end.
No, I mean, not supposed to because of who they are, but because of how it shows out in the study. Is that your concern?
My concern is we put 4% in the budget to fix our short-term and long-term issues, and I want to make sure that's how we're targeting our money. That's all I have to say, because I'm a 100% employee advocate, and I will fight to the death for it, but we have to have the facts to back that up.
If I could characterize it another way, I don't think the 3%. I think the vast majority of that will be net of any potential other merit adjustments. So I don't think there's that. I think it's really just buying a little bit more time to make sure that the decisions are correct and that they're as accepted and understood by department heads and employees as much as possible. So I just think frankly, because we took so long getting the study together and dealing with some of that it's just becomes at a pressure point. At some point, you need to do some sort of action to kind of move the process forward a little bit.
Commissioner?
So just a couple of questions. So the 4% that was originally budgeted, that included the raise to $15 per hour
Yes.
To be consistent, okay, good. And the 4% budget increase, or the budget, was also to include the retroactive pay back to the beginning of the government fiscal year 2022.
Yes, October 1st, 2022.
Okay. So I have to, I'm agreeing with Commissioner Franny in terms of the fact that it's in the budget, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around why we can't provide the 4%. So for point of clarification, my understanding is we want to withhold 1% to basically work the back end of the equitable compensation aspect of this.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I want to just say that, through the course of my time as a commissioner and getting the opportunity to go out and meet the employees, there is not a more passionate or proud group out there, and that truly is a strength in this community that, you just don't see that everywhere. And so I want to make sure that we do what's right, because I still see, as part of this, we are still going to go back and we are going to make decisions in terms of how we get up to that 6.x number that's been floated around, because again, I want to make sure that what we do is going to bring or provide the compensation that our employees deserve. So that, that's my point and that's my stand.
Mayor, if I may, Commissioner,
Yeah.
I don't want to get stuck on the 6.7, 6.x or anything like that, because there are some positions in there I don't agree with. So I just don't want to get stuck on that point.
Okay, that's fair. All right.
But it won't change, it won't dramatically, if it's 6.4, which is what you quoted earlier, what's going to be 5.5? I mean, even if there are positions you don't agree with, it's still a big number.
Yes,
Yes, so.
yes.
Now, that's not all in the general fund.
I just don't want to get stuck on a number.
No,
Yeah.
no.
It's not all in
Sorry,
there.
Commissioner.
No, that's what I just said. It's not all in the general
So
fund, so.
the 1% that we would be essentially voting to hold back that's currently in the budget, is that going to be sufficient to work the back end, as we're calling it, between now and next year's budget?
No.
No, but so, one of the things too that's baked into the budget is the merit increase. And the merit increase was instituted partially to try to keep employees as close to market as possible based on their performance. So to me, the merit increase is also factored in to the overall number that we'll need at the end when we say who still needs to be moved. The 3% going to variable on-demand employees and our lower-end employees will also be applied towards that $15, because the people most impacted by the $15 right now are the variable on-demand employees, as well as any new employees coming in public services and public parks. So, our thought is that, sooner rather than later, the $15 increase goes towards that hiring. But, as Dan said, hiring right now, we allow our departments to hire above the minimum. And even with that, we still have issues because of what's going on out in the market. The statistics show that 4 million people in December left their jobs, and they haven't gotten new ones. So there is a deficit in the market of people altogether who are willing to take the jobs that we have. And this is not a silver bullet, but it's to help us help our employees be at or above market, and to help us stay in a competitive stance, because we're cannibalizing each other as cities and counties.
But can you tell us how long it's going to take for you to finish doing you have the structure now, let's say we give that consensus direction to move. How long is it going to take you to put that together and look at the jobs and determine what we need? Without the 3%, just as they are today.
I mean,
Well, give us like, is it 2 months, 6 months? What is it?
I wouldn't think it's more than 3.
So we're in February, so March, April, May, sometime in May, you're saying, maybe early June.
Possibly.
It also depends, as soon as we start that process, do we end up peeling back another layer of the onion that requires a little bit more time? But what we could do is give you a projected timeline and give you status updates.
Well, but I think, so Commissioner Franny has brought forward a concern about doing the 3% now. And I'm trying to determine how long, she's saying, if it's just going to be around the corner, I'm trying to determine how long it is.
I don't think it's around, just
Well,
around the
no,
corner,
but I
Mayor.
mean, June.
It
You know,
is.
it's like a group project, right? If it's just Terry and me, that's one thing, but we're talking about working with our department heads, our division directors, you know.
Well, okay, but I'm saying, if you know where people need to be slotted, there may be clerical things that need to be done that won't be done. Like, you know what the job description should be, it's just not written up. I'm saying, how quickly can you do it?
And I.
You know,
and-
what corners can you cut to get that real piece done?
And I think that you just said, you hit the nail on the head. If the job description isn't done, if there are pieces of, and we're moving to that new job description template, it's also who's contributing to help write those job descriptions. So now we're depending on the department, who's, you know, what else do we have? We're coming up on event season. It's going to get busier for, like, say, Parks and Rec, which then it gets busier for all the other departments.
No, I know that piece, and I appreciate that piece. We're not talking about the job description. We're talking about what categories, what families, and what ranges do people belong to.
But the job description determines that.
Except you've got the P whatever, he's got numbers of employees, so I mean, we know who's what at this point, don't we?
Based on the information that they have now. But
Right.
what we're being told by some of the departments is that where their employees slotted in is not reflective of what they're doing. So that's why the job description becomes
So You're
important.
saying you've got to go over every single job description of every single employee and adjust that before a decision can be made, before that person is put in their range and slot and all of that. I mean, I'm just wondering, here we are trying to do an interim step, okay? I'm saying, what are some of the, I want to use the right language. How can we, I know there's always a certain order to doing things to have them done correctly. I get that. But how can we
I think part of the.
take our common knowledge and jump the step forward to be able to slot people where they should be and maybe worry about.
So I think there's a few different approaches here. We can go the job description route, but I think ultimately we want to get to an organizational structure, right? Does your organizational structure really match what services you're providing? As you know, our job descriptions have evolved. The job duties that employees are doing now have evolved from 10, 15 years ago to now. They're using different systems, they're using different processes, and they're going to need perhaps new skill sets as well. So I think it's going to be a parallel of not only the job description, but maybe sitting down with the directors and saying, okay, what does your org need to look like? And then backing up into the job
But
description.
don't we know that already?
So the short answer to your question, Mayor, is we could take the information that we have now, basically look at what was the information that they have now and see if there are any changes. And if there are no changes, then it's fine. The job goes through as it is. So, if we assign that to every department, we could possibly be done in 3 months,
But,
unless there's a competing priority.
right.
Well, I'm looking at you, Mo,
No.
because this is the issue
I-
you brought forward. I'm just trying to get
consistent.
answers to
My
questions.
number one goal
So, my
is to fix the
sensitivity-
recruitment and retention issues, and to make sure we're doing that. I mean, that was our goal, right? And I speak as somebody who's done pay plans. I mean, it was my career. So I would rather complete it and do it, what I feel is right, the right way, and equitably, make sure we're equitably paying everybody the way they should based on the market study. That was the intent. And, if we were debating, should we give an additional extra increase to all of our employees? Well, that's a different debate, right? I love our employees. You try to do what you can do every time. My goal was always to solve recruitment and retention issues, and I just want to make sure we're targeting our money smartly, ultimately being equitable to all the employees, and ultimately solving the problem we saw that we had for the good of our citizens. I can't state it any more than that. I appreciate all the work, Terry. You've done an incredible amount of work. I'm just trying to make sure that, if we had time, we just do it and actually just make sure the money is going equitably across all the staff the way it should. That's all. I can't say it any better.
And going back to what you said, I think, we thought by this time we would be able to say what we were going to do. And we can't, for multiple reasons. So that might be some frustration as well. Commissioner Gao?
Just actually to piggyback on Mo's comments, it was my understanding that during the study, there were people at different places in the range that it could be that even with income enhancements, raises, some people may not get that because they were where they were in the range. And I heard your comments on maxed out employees versus tenured employees, and I understand that. And it kind of goes to Mo's comments, or at least the way I interpret them, is that if we give 3% across the board as that interim step, we're giving 3% to somebody who might otherwise not have gotten that 3%.
Which is what I'm.
And we're shortballing. And then I heard that, well, when we get them in the new classifications, is there any thought that we might be moving employees to the new classifications, but their current salary, they're still maxed out? Or are we creating ranges that will allow additional pay increases for current employees?
Look, we have a list right here that we got by job that shows the difference to the new structure, correct? I'm looking at you from Bolton.
Yeah, as a first draft, yes.
Yes, so it's not like the information is not there.
Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
If I may, that's a rough draft, that's a first
No,
draft.
I get it.
That's
I know
not
you-
something-
no, I know you have to
But that's
go
why
through
we're
it.
here, though. That's why we're here, because that rough draft is something that is of concern, of deep
Oh, I saw
concern
why.
to
I
the
totally
department
saw why,
directors.
because
Right.
it was
Exactly. but-
whacked out.
What I'm concerned the most about, though, is that the department of directors have conveyed to me their concerns regarding some of the structure and some of where people are slotted right now, and they've requested additional time in order to address that. They feel that it would take longer than 3 months, quite honestly. And for us to for the city commission to push staff to bring this home within the next 3 months, I can't guarantee we can do that, and we're going to be exactly where we are now in terms of, we haven't done anything. Anything in terms of the employees, and our backs are against the wall, and there's a pressure cooker out there as well. And then we deliver something that is not of the quality that we wanted or the depth of review that we were hoping for. And again, I acknowledge that, the 3% is not, no, it's not market-based. It's definitely not market-based. But for the fact that as we've gone through this process, we have realized that this complete reset, this paradigm shift, requires a lot more work. We overpromised. We said that we would be done by December. We had several impediments to that, which were beyond our control throughout the year. But for the fact that what we're hearing in the workforce is we need to see some relief here, and they're looking to us to provide that. I'm really uncomfortable with saying we're going to get this done in June, because everybody involved in reviewing this and forwarding to the city commission, they also have their regular job duties, not just HR, but everybody else. And as you hear, we're understaffed already, so I'm concerned about that. The 3% was an interim. The commissioner's point is very good. What happens on October 1st then, in terms of now we need to target those areas that we have some of those, we have retention issues, but that ultimately is the decision of the city commission, how much we spend on this and where we put those funds. You know, we've made the employees not whole even, but everybody gets something in this time around. And the next time when we come to the city commission, we realize where we have to target it specifically.
Well, the
So I
problem
get to
is,
talk. When do I get to? I gotta talk, and I gotta go.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you needed to talk, but you more than have the floor, John.
Boom.
There you
First of
go.
all,
Don't
we're all
bounce
here
your hand
talking
at
about
me,
how much
please.
we love our employees. These guys love the employees as much or more than what we do, and everybody loves our employees, and we need to get some relief. I'm gonna recommend, and I have to leave, I have a board meeting, I'm past the board meeting, and it's very embarrassing for me right now, but the employees are very important to me. So you guys are the professionals, you need to get the job done the way we need to get the job done. We'll see, and we're gonna see what we need to do, what we need to do, and you need to do for the budget for next year to have some resolution to a goal that we're trying to accomplish. We know we're not gonna resolve the entire issue. This is gonna continue for at least another year. We're not through this phase economically. We all know that, and we can listen to that, and we can see that. So I am for doing this properly, doing this in the right way, not standing in the front of the way of doing this properly. We need this done right. It has to be done right. And that's for the long term, and so we can continue forward. We need to get the money and get this resolution to these folks, particularly the on-demand employees, because I know that's going to become an issue for us. So that's a real reality for us. So we can stand up here and talk about this. Yes, I appreciate we talk about that. I appreciate Mo and everybody up here saying, can we do it quicker? Can we do it quicker? You're saying, no, let's do this right. We've got this. And we're not even agreeing yet to the 6 point, whatever some number is. So until we come to that agreement, let's move forward as fast as what we can. I apologize. I don't apologize. I have a scheduled board meeting. I have to go. I'm sorry. When you're ready to release me, let me know.
Go right ahead.
Okay. Try to do this from
Okay. I don't even know where we were because I got fist bumped.
Well, I threw the wrench in the ointment, so I'll just say this. I mean, I would feel comfortable if we would, what I consider to be doing it properly, because it was intended to be a market-based study, and now it's not. It's not a market-based. So in my mind, I'll just be transparent. I mean, I had to say to myself, gee, over the years, are we extravagant with our employees? Do we overpay them? No, we don't. I mean, we try to treat them right, because this is a general increase. This is not a market-based decision. We have great employees, and no, we are not extravagant. So is this extravagant? No, it's not extravagant, but it's not market-based, and that was my only point. This was a market-based study. That's what we budgeted for. That's what we did as placeholder for. I just want to make sure, in the end of the day, that we haven't created more headaches of us solving the problem we intended to fix, which is about recruitment and retention. And that's what we all want to achieve. So, but if this is what staff feels we have to do right now, I'm going to support it.
Jennifer, earlier I said when you were talking about the positions, and thank you, Commissioner, I wanted to say I think you were totally in your right to debate an issue. And I don't care how long we run, because this board meeting is the most important to me. Just saying. I talked to you earlier about, the special let's try to make it a special conversation or meeting or whatever for the new positions that you might consider, coming into the next budget. Let's not throw it in the mix of all that other stuff. And I was kind of indicating and assuming that on that same special meeting, you would be telling us what we have to do with the employees that we currently have. so that we'd be able to see the whole picture. But it sounds to me like you're not going to be able to do that. And how can you analyze what new positions if you don't even know what you're doing with the positions we have?
I think that we'll work toward that and set up a reasonable special meeting or a reasonable meeting.
Before the budget?
I think it needs to be independent of the budget.
Yeah,
and before.
independent, but still maybe in the same time frame, so that it's set up for October 1st.
Yes, yeah.
So what I'm hearing you say is that you hope to know, you may not know the exact positions, but hope to know a general dollar amount of what we're going to need
Yes,
for the current employees.
yes.
Well,
Yeah,
Okay.
to commissioners, yes.
somebody should have just said that to begin with, and as far as I was
So
concerned.
to Commissioner Franny's point, though, this
Yeah, it's
particular
not
recommendation
targeted.
is
It's not
not
targeted.
market-based.
No, I get it.
In October, it will be.
I get it. I totally get it, because I mean, I questioned you, I just didn't question you that much. And I didn't have to talk to you on a Wednesday night. I'm making fun of you over there. You gonna smile?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're not even listening.
I've already left the
Deep
building.
in
No,
thought,
just kidding.
deep in thought.
Okay,
I made all the
so,
comments I'm making.
okay, so we're in agreement, well, I shouldn't say that because I don't know. We're gonna move forward, we want to give consensus direction for the 3% interim. We would like to have a special meeting, whatever that looks like, before we make decisions on our budget regarding the new positions as well as what we need to do over and above that 3%,
So
even
Mayor,
if it's a dollar figure.
we'll provide you with that timeline. Let me get with staff.
That's what
and
we're looking,
send-
we may not know every department, and I think we all want to know that, but really it's none of our business because we're not admins. We just need to know, we just need to make the policy decision to provide you with the money to do what you think you need to do. Do I want to see all that information because it's such a sea change? Yes, but my number one goal is just to say, you tell me, okay, I need $500,000 to finish this off. Okay, where's it coming from? Okay, that's my job. Your job is to figure out how to divide it up, as long as you say you're covering everybody. Did I say that well?
Yes.
You liked that, didn't you?
Well, I think the important part is that a lot of this is enterprise funds, too.
It is, it's not all general fund. But then, still on that, we want to have, kind of understand who was in those wide variances from page 8 that I mentioned earlier. The special meeting. Yep, and that turnover report
Right.
that we got. I asked, and you said that was more complicated, so I'm giving you time, but I still think that turnover report is really important to see by department. I don't care what year, I really don't. But by department and without the retired and without the VODs. And so that we, because like at the top of what you sent me, it shows, hold on. I think it was 8% average turnover.
Right, a 3-year turnover based off
Yeah.
of
Yeah, 8%.
total head count.
Right. I have no idea whether that's good or bad or indifferent. I really don't know. But I mean, I think we need to see that by department. I would like to know that. And yeah, it just helps in making policy decisions. What if Jennifer comes back and says, I need $1 million? Well, if I see this problem, it helps me in the policy and budget decision making.
Okay.
So I think we need to have that because there, you can clearly see from that there are problem areas. But if it was all grouped by, I don't want to say department, I'm using the wrong terminology.
I think it's
Job classification, you're looking at it, I mean, like you see community development, fire emergency, parks maintenance, public works engineering. I mean, those aren't all departments, but by classification, if you can lump every like thing together and show us, oh, this is, I don't need to know the differences. I don't need to know we had 5 people leave because their family moved. I don't care. It's just a simple guidance.
Okay.
Don't you agree?
Yes.
You didn't say
Whatever you
a damn
said.
thing I said.
I told you I've left the, no.
All right, so those were the four things. No, three things.
Yeah, I don't know if you said the one about, and I already asked you for this information, some of the critical areas, the tenure of them, and, you know, and looking at, you know, when they've left, and so looking at our current people and how tenured they are, because I think that also shows you, like, how volatile we are on that bottom end and shooting people up into a fair pay range, because then they're just, you know, out the door, just like what's happening in fire. In the door in 2 years and out the door, you know. So I think, again, those will show us where our signals are, and I think, Jennifer, the pressure is going to be on you. I just worry about some of these areas where people are being worked to death. I mean, it's not, I mean, money's important, but the conditions of your job are important. So you may have to do some things in between here to make sure that, like, we're taking care of that. And I don't disagree. We're at a unique labor market too, so it's not all, you know, there just may not be bodies to fill the jobs, but.
So, Mayor, I may be out of line here, and if I am, I apologize, but on a larger scale project, you would typically establish a commission liaison to that project. I don't know if you all are comfortable
What are
with
you talking
perhaps,
about?
if we could, like, for example, FP&L, you know, the Blue Jays, that type of thing, if we could work with Commissioner Franny on some of these recommendations and bringing to market?
Sure.
Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah.
Could we do that?
Well, she's not going to hurt us.
Are you comfortable with that,
She's
Commissioner
going
Franny?
to drive you insane,
No,
but
well,
you take it on.
look, you know, I got a long history of fighting for employees, so, but again, it's about the facts, it's about the market, so.
Well, I you know, I think.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
actually do.
I think it would be helpful to everybody, you know, moving forward, to make sure we get to where we need to get to.
Well, yes, because you don't want another 4-hour meeting of, you know.
Right. Well, you know, and I think the commissioner brings a lot of expertise to this, and as a representative of the commission to the class and comp, and, you know, a lot of really good
Set her up with
questions.
Duke too, go get him.
Right. And you with the Blue Jays, so.
Right, the Blue Jays.
Okay, I think we have everything as far as a consensus.
Dan's smiling though, so.
Does-
it's like-
I mean, do you all feel like you have the direction you need? Besides thank yous and all that, I just want to make sure I got to the point.
You have a member of the public here, though.
Yeah, no, I know. Okay. So, anybody from the public wish to come forward? Hearing none. Finance Board, we didn't hear any, I know the Finance Board has seen this, but we haven't heard, we didn't get anything on that, did we?
No, not yet. The finance board, actually, the finance board saw the original 4%, and then they saw last night more detailed information.
Last night
Yes.
on this? Because that,
Correct.
in our report, I think it said they saw it in January.
They did. They saw the higher level slide deck that all of
Oh,
you saw.
that we, okay,
Right.
yeah, okay.
And then the 4% was already budgeted. There wasn't a lot to say in those terms, and we really weren't questioning about the class and comp itself. I think it's a financial issue that we need them to look at. So we, you know, we'll eventually go back to them and look
I mean,
for
they
a
saw
memo.
about the new positions and everything too, right?
Yes, they saw the organizational review yesterday, and they saw the memo for staff recommendations also.
And they said actually with the positions, they need to look at that as part of the normal
yeah.
budget. Yeah, where we would eventually look
Yeah, you're going
towards
to
this
take back your recommendation.
for a memo from them, right?
I
To,
talked to one of them last night, and they just said, you know, they got it, but, you know, they haven't really had a chance to take it all in
Digest
and
it.
digest it. So.
Okay, all right. Sorry to have made you late.
I was where I needed to be.
It's good conversation, I mean, you know.
This was a great
And this is
conversation.
why we had a totally separate meeting, and I think when we talk about the next steps and the positions, I'm gonna tell you, you should make it a whole, you know, half a day out of it, because look where we just went. It'll be the same. All right, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
We're adjourned.
Actually, Mayor, thank you for taking the time to.